We have returned. We were a little early today, which is fine. But we are on a faster life, and we hit level 5 at the end of last stream, so we're looking to run level 3s or maybe level 4s today. So I think we'll start with the classic, which is Waterworks. So we're going to be heading that way, and we're going to see how it goes.
The strong smell of sewage permeates the air around you. You hear human voices up ahead.
I'm going to turn down the background just a scoosh. Because while I don't want both of them to definitely be under my voice, I think right now it's competing a little bit with the game audio. That off, bring this back up. There we go. So we are still using chain shape. We're probably going to use chain shape for another level-ish. Just because while we could get cone shape now, we don't really want to because we'd lose too many packed dice. Because right now we have 5 packed dice and 3 of them are here. And if we went into cone shape, we would lose 2 dice. So sure, we'd get cone, which I think is better, and perhaps more specifically, better suits my playstyle. But I would go from 5 dice to 3. Which, once you take into account the fact that we lose 1 for being in one of these AoE shapes, means we're actually would be dropping from 4 to 2. So, while I think cone shape is better, I don't think it's lose half of your damage better. Alright, let's hope that I don't get tripped by one of these wolves. Now, the trick here is that even if you can unlock the door, the quest flag is still going to require you to find the key. So unlocking the door here does not help you any. Alright, so key is not in there today. Let's see if it's in here today. And by let's see if it is, I mean let's see which spawn point it's at, because it has to be in here. Now, the other thing that came with the end of last stream and hitting level 5 is we now have Feywild gear. And we actually have an unusual thing with this build, which is that we're actually going to have a gear swap item for level 6. Because while right now our main elements are cold and force, we are going to be going for light over force in a bit. And now I was told that this is incorrect advice because you're going to have to build force later for things like Arcane Storm and Ruin and probably most notably, at least for heroics, for tentacles. But we don't have those for a while. And what we do have is coalesced coinage. So we have a strong source of insightful crit and insightful power for light that we do not have for force. So at least for now, it's going to be the better choice. Now whether it stays the better choice is a different question. And let's see how many of these things we can dodge. We do need to talk to this dude. But as you can see, it's just much more forgiving, this life. That we can just kind of cruise through all of this. Now, the downside, of course, is that we don't really have any move speed yet. And while we do have access to some bonus move speed in our trees, it is unfortunately move speed equal to our, well, I was going to say our character level, but strictly speaking, it's equal to our warlock level, which, because we will be pure, is the same thing. I would like a little slight bit of bonus XP for your death. Excellent. And see, instead of having to actually fight the Carnage Reaper and do things with having weapons and making sure we have Ghostly, we simply 3-tap it from distance. So it's just a much stronger build, particularly at lower levels. And actually, I'm going to say that part of that is that it's a build I both know how to play and have good gear for, because those also affect the strength of a build. Maybe if I knew how to play a dual-wield character, I wouldn't have felt such a difference dropping to playing one from something I'm more comfortable with. But sometimes it is just the build is that much different. And in this case, just the raw damage numbers that we're pulling out here are quite high. So it's just a very chill evening after feeling unwell this morning and yesterday. I had the unfortunate occasion to sleep like 13 hours, which generally doesn't happen unless I am sick. So hopefully it was enough to get past whatever sickness I was starting to have. I'm still feeling, like slightly warm and slightly tired, so we will see if it affects the stream length tonight, but I was feeling up for it early, so we've started early. Alright, where's our dude? Got a dude to escort, but first we gotta find him. Now, before we logged on, we did be like, you know what, we're going to mess around in League a little bit. So we tried to play 2 games, and we won both of them, technically. They were both very quick games, in that both games had levers. In both games, someone just got screwed in lane and fell far behind and decided, you know what? I don't want to play anymore, and rage quit. So we won by default on both, which is not my preferred way to win. I prefer to win on merit, but I was like, well, I guess we'll just start stream early then, because League is full of people who don't want to play today. Well, I take that back. The second one, I think, was almost definitely a rage quit. The first one might have just been a normal disconnect, because he wasn't, like, losing badly or anything. But the second guy, the timing of when he, we'll say, quote-unquote, disconnected is highly suspicious, because he'd just kind of gotten screwed. He died on a gank, and then he died solo, and then he disconnected. And that, to me, implies that he didn't want to play anymore. So, instead of dealing with people who don't want to play, we'll come to DDO. And we'll have our chill rain ambiance background music as we murder hobo our way through the waterworks, killing just so many kobolds. So many kobolds. Although at some point we do need to go claim our Dragon Disciple class, because we can do that. And if we were running any sort of quest that had drops that I cared about, well, then we would want to grab the buff that we get as well. Because there's a buff up for the anniversary that's a 10% Treasure Finder effect that stacks with Treasure Finder elixirs. So I don't tend to run those, but if you do, and you care about that sort of thing, it stacks. And it lasts like 6 hours. So you can just grab it every time you go to refresh guild buffs. And of course, another good reason to be playing DDO today is that we do have the 19% XP buff for the 19th anniversary. So leveling will be even faster than usual, which is nice, because I don't actually know what other level 3s I want to run, because we already ran Cerulean Hills. And particularly with a build that deals primarily cold damage, I don't really want to run Catacombs. Like, that just seems like a bad time. So we don't want to run Catacombs, and we don't want to hit Cerulean Hills. And, like, there's a variety of, like, level 3s in the market and stuff, but I don't know if I really want to run all of those. So I might just skip ahead to, like, Sharn Syndicate, or maybe if I'm feeling spicy, I'll skip all the way ahead and just go directly to Three Barrel Cove at level 5. Which is, like, 2 levels ahead, but, you know, if we have this extra bonus XP, maybe we won't need so many quests anyway. Of course, yeah, it'll probably still behoove us to at least run some level 4s. So, let's say we at least, even if we skip level 3s, let's say we at least want to hit, like, the Depths Chain. Because that's 2 level 4s and 2 level 5s. So, we can hit that. And we can probably hit Sharn Syndicate as well, if for no other reason than it gives us a bunch of Coin Lords rep. So we can get our inventory space online a little faster. Now, as you can see, the Grey users don't die very quickly, because they are immune to cold. But the Force works on them, so we've got that going for us. And let's see, so we want to head around here, up top, up down, all around. I think the only downside this character is going to have compared to the previous life is, of course, the lack of trapping. That said, while trapping bonuses are nice, they are not make or break. And I think that the increased clear speed more than makes up for the lack of trap bonus XP. And of course, I have enough temp health and things of that nature that I'm not too worried about dying to traps either. So that is the other benefit. Like, one benefit, especially if you're new to the game, of being able to disarm traps is that, well, it keeps you safer from traps because you can disarm them. But maybe you don't care. Or rather, but with this character with all the extra health and stuff, I don't need to worry about that. But it is more of a factor, definitely, if you are new. Alright. Let's put on our Featherfall item. Let's see, what did we get for our spells? Alright, that's right, we get Gust of Wind for being cold, so not particularly compelling at the moment. Let's see, we want to head east. East is the right way to face. When you're falling down at the base of this shaft, if you just hold east, you can land here and try to get the valve immediately. It's not 100%. Sometimes you'll get hit and you won't be able to open it, but the Carnage Reaper fell off. Nice. It will teleport to me at the worst possible time, but we can handle it. The worst possible time, of course, is going to be in this fight, where there's a whole bunch of dudes.
They read, Chief Jitik's room. You hear loud footsteps on the other side of the door.
I am surprised the Carnage Reaper hasn't teleported to me yet, but we will take the opportunity. I swear there used to be a rare spawn Minotaur here, but I haven't seen him in literally years. So I don't know if they removed him or what, but I could have sworn I fought a Minotaur behind that door at least once, years ago. Now time to spam our target button. I used to walk up and look in all of the things until because for some reason I thought that you couldn't target him. Turns out you can indeed target him. So now we spam.
Cruel implements of torture are scattered around this room.
Okay. That's a Carnage Reaper. I assume you teleported from the previous quest. Plague Reaper. We're getting a decent number of Reapers today. Fortunately, with a different build, they are not really a threat like they were on the previous build. Excuse you, I was trying to open a door.
A shamanic-looking kobold shrieks nonsense at you from the side of crude altar to his hateful gods.
Ooh. Remnant chest. I don't remember when they said the Remnant Hunter event was going to start, but I know it's soonish. I just don't know how soon soonish is. Let's see, that's just a normal prisoner. Not what's his face.
You hear the cold scraping of bones against brick.
Alright, yes, I get it. You're immune to cold. It's very annoying. Let's see if we can't find us a corpse, shall we? Okay, looks like nothing here. Okay. Nothing there. Valves and crates, valves and crates. Alright, and that's the skeleton room in there, so.
You hear the muffled snarls of
Yep,
angry
there's a trap in here. We don't care. We hug the right wall. Yep, there he is. Excellent. Not bad. 3 minutes. And now I think we hit Chanticleer? No. What did I just say we were going to do? We were going to hit House C Favor and do Sharn Syndicate. There we go. We're probably going to hit... And that should be enough to get us level 6, which means we should, after Sharn Syndicate, just go ahead and hit Three Barrel Cove next. Now, this first one is very, very chill because, well, it's on a timer, so it doesn't really matter that much. Alright, so we're just going to take this. I'm going to take one of these. And this one we can't speed through, which means it's a great place to put up a group. Because if you put up a group at this one, then people have 5 minutes to join in and hit you up for the rest of the train. We're going to break all your stuff now. Because breaking your stuff gives us more experience while we're guarding you from harm. Because that's how video game logic works. There we go. Here. Have a feather fall. And you can also have a feather fall. Not that feather fall helps them fall any better, but what it does do is it gives them temporary health. Because we have that warlock thing that lets us make it do that. The downsides of slow projectiles. Just shoot at them. Ah! Nope. Nope, that didn't work. They were moving. So let's see. Is there anything else here we should probably put web on our bars. Wait, do I have components for it? I do. I mean, I can just toss that over there and... Unfortunately, webs only last like 30 seconds, so if I don't cast at the right time for when they spawn, it doesn't do anything. That said, it's not like I'm doing anything else with my spell points. You're gonna have to head towards me eventually. Oh, I cast it too far back. There we go. And we'll recast this one. Alright, so yeah, these spawn like right at the door. It does make it so they don't dodge the Eldritch Blasts, so that is convenient. But unfortunately, it's not really going to make that big a difference because, as we said earlier, this quest is on a fixed timer. It doesn't matter how fast you kill the waves, the next waves are all going to spawn in at a set time, and that's what makes it a 5-minute quest. How do you know it's going to be 5 minutes? Well, that's how long it takes everything to spawn. It's probably in the wrong position. You know what? Just for safety, we'll do that too. You will be safe inside the spider webs, O person to be protected. Oh, except from this archer. The archer does undermine that plan a bit. That goes there, that goes there, this goes here. Next guy should spawn down there, right? Probably, a little bit. I don't remember if, like, when they go dim like that, if that means that they are almost worn off, or they have completely worn off. I should probably time it at some point. Oh. Looks like it's completely worn off. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. How far in this quest are we? Oh, we're almost done. Based on my buff durations. Should only be like 2 more waves? Maybe only 1 more wave. We'll find out shortly. And I know it is probably a disappointment to see me on such an old class like Warlock when the new hotness came out today. But I haven't even claimed Dragon Disciple, let alone actually run it. Slam the Crusher.
Then ending him will end the threat against dust settles into an eerie quietness. The Shan Syndicate attackers have fallen. You and the Statler brothers are left standing.
So unfortunately, when I logged on, there were like 2 other groups in my level range. Which means chances of there being a bunch of other people on this range who haven't done this stuff is pretty small. You know what? We'll take a quick side trip to join this group on in the cat quest, which is over here, I think. There we go. I actually don't remember which favor you get with this quest. Yep. In Catastrophe. Where are we headed?
This large fire method is surrounded by destroyed cars and scorched papers. The method
Okay, I don't care about that strong box.
last moments it reaches out, yearning to touch the nearby parchment, which burns away as the creature expires.
Okay, just need to talk to him. I did learn this quest a little better when I was doing my life with the quests I don't normally do. So I have actually done it semi-recently, which is nice for actually being able to do things. I guess it would explain how there are so many groups running at low level tonight. It's because everyone decided to try out the new quest, so everyone was waiting to do their TRs until they could do the Dragon Disciple.
A pile of destroyed armor and corroded metal surrounds.
I've taken some damage. I should probably actually put up my temp health. Not that I'm too concerned about it, but you know. Why take damage when you don't have to? There's the Weaver.
Ball of yarn can be found in the storeroom to the south. As you reach out to examine the gigantic ball of yarn, you're distracted by shouts.
I do love that you actually get to kill these guys when they get knocked down by the ball of yarn. It's just like,
The entrance
so what happens? Well, it rolls around and it knocks everyone down. Okay. And then what do you do? It's like, well, you
pull the lever and
you just
of energy
take care of them. They're knocked down. Just do it.
heard overhead.
Okay, we have to turn on the milk fountain.
Attention. As milk begins to pour out of the spigot, you hear something approaching, but it's not the cat dragon. It's a mimic surrounded by iron tufts. It seems to want to speak with you.
I mean, your lead. You're the one who has to talk to him. Okay, I'll talk to him.
The creature sputters curses at you, furious you thwarted its plan. It orders the tufts. The mimic sputters curses at you as you defeat it. At the last moment, the creature teleports away, escaping the circle.
Okay, comfort the dragon, secure the cat.
The cat dragon begins to happily paw at the giant ball of yarn. Olivia appears and beckons for you to talk to her. Olivia explains that while the cat dragon's transformation was an accident, the other creatures were polymorphed as punishment for their very real transgressions. She assures you that she'll return the cat dragon.
Not bad, especially since I joined late. So even though it took 6 minutes, I was probably only here for 4 of those.
This must be what it sounds
Very handy.
like. The dragon tries to purr. The beast seems content to stay in the alley and play with its toys for now, allowing the Argonessid wizards to transform it back at their pleasure.
Now, depending on where he's going next, we may stick with him or we may head somewhere else. I am undecided at this point. We will take the 25% extra fort though, because right now we're at, yeah, we were at 40, brings us up to 65. Group says 4s are 1. What other 4s are we headed to? Depths. Depths is good. We were just saying earlier that we were going to do it. So we might as well. We'll hit depths. And depending on where this potential group goes, we might head back to the Sharn Syndicate chain, or we might go forward to something else entirely. Completely undecided so far. This level, fortunately, there's a lot of stuff you can do, especially because the build is solid enough that you can skip ahead easily. Like, at this level, it's like, oh, I need to only do the level 3 quests. It's like, no, not really. Like, you can do level 4s or even level 5s, potentially. Although the risk of doing level 5s is that you will run out of stuff later. But that is a risk that you just have to take sometimes. Particularly if they're like good groups up. It's like, well, it's a little before I would go for it solo, but I'll just join the group and go for it. Do 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 do. Oh, look. Named Bob. We don't have to worry about magic missiles because we can cast shield on ourselves. Depths are just so nice and smooth and easy to run. It's just like, what are you going to do? We're going to hold WM1. And then you have to run around to find the next quest entrance? Nope. Straight from one quest to the next.
Might provide enough light to fight properly.
Which is one of their biggest strengths, really, as far as speed is concerned. Because they're not really that, we'll say, that good, or we'll say that special as far as XP is concerned, except for the fact that instead of having a chain with 4 quests that give okay XP and then you've got downtime between them and so on and so forth, it's more like one long quest that just gives you a little bit of XP for every quarter of it that you do, which is very advantageous as far as downtime is concerned. Now the funny thing is, this last fight, I have been absolutely destroyed by the guys on the balconies, because they can cast Flame Strike. And if one of them is a champion and it casts Flame Strike, it can actually lay down some serious damage. I don't know why, or maybe that was only during a patch when Flame Strike was scaling weird or something like that, but I know I've had it happen to me. Okay, we're going to let him go pull the lever, and then we'll leapfrog. I'll pull the next lever, and so on and so forth. Assuming that the dot from the Fear Reaper doesn't keep me from pulling the lever. There we go. Well, unfortunately, we don't get rid of troll regeneration with cold like we would with fire, but you know, sometimes you just make sacrifices. And honestly, it's not too big a burden to just kill them through any sort of regeneration they have with cold. Alright, now he can pull the lever on this one. And there we go. Just another reason why things are faster in a group. Oh. I didn't see the one I failed on. I saved on a 6. I still can't think of any other 3. Oh, that's the other 3s that I could be doing. Salt Marsh. Salt Marsh actually has some decent quests as far as speed is concerned. It's just that some of them are difficult, but this build could chew through them pretty easily, if I so chose. Especially the longer quests in Salt Marsh are actually relatively good for XP if you know how to route through them. I do kind of want to kill this guy because the Earth Grasp thing is infinite range. Like, if he's just trailing behind you, he can cast it from wherever he is. So it's nice to not let those guys get kited around behind you just because you'll get Earth grabbed at some random annoying time. Oh, he didn't pull the lever on this side. Wonder why. Maybe he missed it. Let's see, he's going right. I will go left. It doesn't really matter. They both lead to the same place, just from different sides. I got the boss side. And there we go. We are now eligible to take 6. And we should take 6 if we don't think we're going to be running any other 3s. Now, I don't know if that's the case or not, because as I mentioned, we could hit Salt Marsh. Let's see. Saltamar. Actually, he said he's taking level and going to 5s. You know what? We'll stick with it. We'll stick in group. As I said, quests are way faster and easier when you can split. So we're just going to skip a bunch of 3s and 4s and go straight to 5s. Which is not that bad if we're already at this level, and with the bonus XP going on. I'm not worried that I'm going to run out of quests, especially in these level ranges. Warlock Trainer, hello. I guess we'll get Bluff. What's the other thing we wanted? Bluff, Intimidate, Jump. Bluff it is. And we'll take Empower. We'll take the class feat, and then we'll take Empower. There it is. It's like I keep scrolling back and forth across it. There we go. But as I mentioned, we're going to replace this, which has Radiance, Lore, and Radiance, with our Coalesced Coinage. Which I guess I left in the bank. I'll grab it in a second. The problem is, I don't think I'm currently wearing a Radiance and Radiance Lore default item. So, Insightful might not be the best choice. Coalesce Coinage. Now, we can do Ring of Summer's Heat to resolve that, but we lose 10 universal spell power from our Reaper Ring if we do. So let's take a quick look at the coinage as compared to ours. Oh, that's right, we get Charisma on it too, so we don't need our Charisma neck, so we can upgrade our neck as well. But yeah, we lose Radiance and stuff if we switch to this. It's fine. We'll do it anyway. If for no other reason than that we can switch our necklaces to something else. Let's see. What is the save on this? Alright, we'll look at the save on this. 31. $32. 31. Okay. So essentially we can get 1 to DC. Actually, you know what? We're just gonna keep this because it has the better mythic stuff on it. and the healing amp. Not that healing amp is too important to us right now, but 1 to DCs also isn't that important to us right now. 3 Barrel Cove. Yes, take me there. And obviously, if we're willing to take a hit of 10 spell power to cold and force, then we can get our light spell power higher. I don't think it's worth it at this point because I don't have Utter Dark Blast. If we had Utter Dark Blast, it would be worth it because it would only be a hit to cold because we wouldn't be using force at that point. But in another level or two, what's going to happen is we'll just get a Radiant Scepter and we'll just go from there. Because that is my plan for the moment, is I'll get the Cold and Force from the Feywild Ring, Radiant Scepter, and Insightful Radiance offhand. And that just basically covers everything we need as far as spell powers and crits are concerned. Alright. We're just going to start in 2-toed Tobias. 3-toed Tobias? Tobias has a certain number of toes, and the number of toes he has become part of what name he is called. Oop. I guess I should share. Share that, share that, share that. It is 2-toed. Share that, share that, share that.
The Weeping Cove is rumored to be a resting place of 2-toed Tobias, an ancient 3-barrel legend.
Alright. Need to get out of the water and buff. Swim speed.
The cacophony of wailing and moaning becomes clearer as you enter the cave.
We will ignore the bats for now. We can kill them perfectly fine when we get back, after we have pulled the lever that we need to go pull.
An opening in the ground reveals another body of water to explore.
Come on, pull the lever. Well, okay, valve, not
triggers
lever.
A rush of water through the
Close
pipes,
enough, though.
followed by the sound of a door opening.
Alright, so where are we going? We head back up, we take a turn, we go that way, they go the other way. I actually couldn't remember which realm would be most applicable to Hell. Maybar is just generally dead things, though, so close enough. Not quite the same, though.
A strong current pushes against you.
I'm gonna put that there. Alright. Maybar is not a plane? Okay. Well, in English, it's not a plane either. It's just in whatever language Dungeons and Dragons uses, it is. I don't rightly know what the names of the planes in Dungeons and Dragons are in. I'm assuming it's common or whatever they use as their moniker. I think D&D uses common. Like other universes will use, let's see, standard. I think especially like your Star Wars, the language everyone uses is like Galactic Standard. Or maybe that's one of the other stars. Maybe that's the Trek. I think Star Trek, everyone doesn't actually speak the same language. They have like translator stuff going on.
You hear doors close ahead and behind you. You fear that you are trapped.
Okay. You gonna spawn the dudes I need to fight? There we go. Unfortunate that we don't have the right damage type for these, but we will make do. We're still not exactly struggling. Oh, there's 2 more over here. Okay. Oh, there's an archer down there that I'll have to deal with at some point. Only have one from Borderlands? Borderlands weapons are pretty solid starter weapons, though. They've got just generally good stats. Doubly so if you can get sentience in them. Like, the only good ones I know of, like, the big one while leveling is out of toxic treatment. But that means you have to run toxic treatment. I have the, I used the weapon out of their last life. Not the falchion, but the scimitar. And it is very good, but it's also just a massive pain to farm. I happen to have one, so it's what I used. But if I didn't have one, I would not have spent the time to farm it.
A slight breeze
Interesting.
emerges from behind the wall.
I don't know if it's delayed, but I think that the... If I recall correctly from playing Bear,
Rises up.
it's not so much the timing as it is the hitbox. Like, the hitbox on it is a little weird with how it matches up with the actual hitbox. Like, the animation of the bear swing and the actual hitbox for, like, how close you need to be don't really line up that well. So that might be what you're seeing for the delays and the not registering. It's I think it's a mismatch between the actual hitbox and the animation of the swing. Now, I could be wrong on that. I'm not a bear expert.
Cuts through your body as you
I'm sure there's a local bar or two I could go to try to become a bear expert, but I have not spent a lot of time at those, so unfortunately I am unable to handle that.
The fire jets melt the ice, allowing you to continue your search for two-toed Tobias.
You need to hug the enemy. Yeah, I found that a lot last life when I was melee. Like, the hitboxes and all, and getting melees to register was one of the difficulties of playing that build. Which is why this build feels so much more fluid. Because, well, I don't have to worry about that.
The second valve
In fact,
triggers
I will have to
a
worry about
chain
that
reaction.
even less in another level or two when I swap over to cone shape. And then I barely need to aim at all. Just kind of point in the general direction of the enemy and wait for them to fall over. Okay, we'll need to recast these. It looks like we have ads coming up, and because we are not solo, we are in a group, we will be unable to do our standard practice of not playing while the ads are up. So unfortunately, tonight is a night that you will end up missing a little gameplay during the ads, which is unfortunate. I do still keep them on. It averages out to 3 minutes of ads per hour,
of the room
so that
with bullseyes.
the no one's gonna hit him? Oh, you're gonna force the warlock who has to, like, turn off Eldritch Blast shapes.
As the lever
He's the one that you're gonna make hit the levers. Okay. I see how it is. I mean, I was gonna say we're waiting for one more to zone in, but they have zoned in. So that is no longer a concern. But yes, so Twitch basically makes you a deal that says, if you run 3 minutes of ads per hour, we won't forcibly run ads as soon as anyone clicks on the stream. So I have taken this offer that I could refuse, but I choose not to because it's
The legend of
relatively compelling.
not just an urban
They are very convincing in their argument for why we should take this offer. So we do run 2.5 minutes of ads every 50 minutes in order to keep them from forcing things. Trying to make gravy. Nice.
Weeping Cove is rumored to be a resting place of two-toed Tobias.
But yes, so of course this means that for those of you who might be on YouTube, or you might have Twitch Turbo, or whatever Twitch calls it, or any other various thing that means you don't see ads, it means that you get more time live because we don't switch to our BRB screen. We just, you know, keep playing. Strinati. Hello, Strinati. Are you going to give people your hand cannon? Alright, so we are hitting Garl next. Now it has worked out that they're going to run a little bit as we're trying to figure out what to do next, but it does mean I think people are gonna miss maybe the first half-ish of Garl, which shouldn't be too big a deal, but I do apologize.
The grotto is warm and damp. The sound of dripping water surrounds you, and a faint, musky odor hangs in the air.
I'll put this up just in case. I don't think anything in here would level drain, but we will find out. I hope he's not taking level 7 because it's like, oh, it's a level 6 quest, so I can take, or, no, it'd only be a problem if he took 8. It's like, oh, this is higher level, so I can take a level. It's like, well, we're not done with 5s. There will be more 5s after this. So, if he's like, oh, so we're done with 5s, I can take level 8. It's like, no, that's not how this works. It's just that in Three Barrel Cove, the quests are at different levels. They're not all grouped up, so.
This huge echoing vault was once the hideout of Garl the Grey and his men. More troglodytes' eggs lie in the cistern.
Okay, alright. It's a little annoying. So, you see, if I had already switched to cone shape, it's very easy to break those eggs. You just aim in their general direction. But, did I say chain shape? I meant cone shape. Hopefully I said cone shape as well. But yes, I meant that with the current shape I am using, it's harder to break them. But if I used cone shape, not an issue. Just kind of look in their general direction and they break.
Hissing and snarling rise
Now
up
we get to put our
This must be the troglodyte's main den.
put our feather fall on. And we have to break all the eggs up here. Yeah. Oh, someone already pulled it. Excellent.
Huge troglodyte stirs in the mist. This
And we do need to switch our cape back.
the chief Zara, progenitor of the eggs, has been slain.
You can see, you saw how I was even hard targeting that one, and it still missed. Looks like we have 3 out of 4 in. Oh, right, because one person went back to
Resting place.
actually take level. Oh, wait, we've got 4 in. We just need to make sure that they're like fully loaded in and moving before we finish. Alright, they're moving. We're good to go. Because they will show on the map before they're fully loaded in. And if you finish when they are not fully loaded in, they don't get experience. So and we'll see what order we're going in. If we're just going to hit Garl 2 while we're here, or if we're going to head to lower level ones first. Because Garl 2 is level 7.
A cave extends deep into the rock behind this waterfall.
Okay. So we are going to prove next. And welcome back from ads, everyone. Hopefully you didn't miss too much. But we did finish Garl and likely ban evader restricted. Ban.
A small building stands curiously alone in
So,
the center
did
of the
anyone
cove.
else see that? Like, it says likely ban evader restricted. So, I don't know what exactly that means. If that means that it got held for auto mod, so only I can see the message, or if it's just informing me but still showing that message to everyone. So, because I just saw a message pop up in chat about, like, you know, selling free viewers or whatnot, something to that effect. So if you didn't, then good. Twitch is automatically detecting some of those people.
You have dismantled the rusty iron defenders. This is sure to be the first of many surprises.
You know what? I don't need to be constantly attacking here. We can just not blow up the explosive barrels. That's a choice that we have available to us.
An intricate system of
Okay, wait.
ladders leads up the shaft.
You can't switch equipment while you are on a ladder, so we wanted to make sure we put on our feather falling before we mount the ladder. I think this is the wrong one. I think I should have gone to the one that's on our right now. Nope, stop. Jesus. When you don't hit the ladder exactly, that's basically what happens. It's relatively difficult to get back on it since you tend to run into the edges of the ladder and not grab it. It's just like, no, wait, that's not what I wanted. Please return to ladder. Ah, he did take 8.
Your muscles are worn and weary from the ascent up the fetid stench of sewer fills your nostrils.
Survive the ambush.
You survive
Yeah, most ambushes in DDO are real, like, you're locked in here with me kind of moments.
To reveal an elaborate obstacle course. One wrong step could put an end to the
a
trot.
series of levers and traps dot the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. Only your wit
So,
and
if you don't know this one, you basically just need to solve these in a way that they point to each other. So this one points here, points here, points here. Then you do this one. You pull the lever.
the other components.
Oh, sorry. You pull this lever,
To the
Pulling this lever fires a dart high above, leading
and then
to
you pull
believe
this
it is
lever.
a trigger mechanism.
Okay, right. We do need to reset. I couldn't remember if you needed to reset or not. There we go. So you set up the lights this way,
challenge.
turn on this one, pull the lever, wait for the stuff to happen up top, reset it, switch to this one, pull it again, and you're good to go.
You hear a metallic clanking from behind.
You have a ridiculous amount of health for this quest, sir. Why do you have almost 1300 health?
A sweltering wave of heat washes over your body. Rackham's Inferno will take precision and cunning to overcome. You have
Or you can brute force it by just running through the fire and jumping at the other end.
coat your skin.
Here we go.
Zant's first mate of the ill fate.
Alright, and now we're just going to have to wait for our most recent party member to join us before we finish up. Oh, they're in already. Alright. Presumably we're going to go to Ghosts next. If we're sticking with 5s first. Yep. There it is in chat. Headed to Ghosts.
A small building stands curiously alone in the center of the cove.
And presumably after this we'll hit other 5s? Like the main other 5s that are there to be hit would be Feywild. Actually, let's take a look. There's got to be some that I'm forgetting, right? And there's Necro 1, but not a lot of people around that. Oh, right. Sorry. We haven't even done Fire Caves yet. Fire Caves are big. Let's see. There's Fire Caves. There's the House Fjarlin stuff with the Carnival.
The current is drawn into an opening in the rock, just large enough to wiggle through.
A thick fog
We'll just put up some
rises
buffs
from the
first.
water as voices of pirates float along the current. Moonlight shines down from an opening above.
Alright. Eldritch Blast has a awkwardly slow cast animation for jumping out of water to cast.
The entryway into the
There we go.
pirate's compound rumbles open. Suddenly, the clanking of wood and metal intensifies.
Here we go, murdering. I'm murdering. I'm murdering. We're so good at murdering, and there's not a trap here in Heroic. There's a nasty trap there in Epic.
The clattering of war
But, you know,
eager to attack.
in Heroic, no big deal.
Calls out from the back of the room. Please come.
And this is one of those quests that has installed life force powered locks. So you do need to kill this whole group before you can pull this lever.
Farrier calls out to you. Do not touch anything. One wrong move could kill me. Please, speak with me first.
Alright, so we talk to him, which means it'll spawn the chest with the key in it. If you don't tell him, it's like, look, buddy, I can't solve this puzzle. He'll be like, oh, well, I guess you can kill them for the key instead. And he's like, and I'm like, yes, we will do that. But this chest with the key in it doesn't spawn unless you have talked to him and chosen that dialogue option. So if you do things in a different order, like you go there and you kill him and then you talk to him and then you have to go back for the key and then back again, well, that's why you had to go back and forth a couple times. If you talk to him first, then you only have to do it once.
The current is drawn into an opening in the rock, just large enough to wiggle through.
The other downside to being in a group, so I can't pause during ads, is there are fewer chances to refill my drink. So we shall simply thirst to death. Take me to the fire caves. Oh, right. I can't teleport to the fire caves. I haven't been to the fire caves yet. We need to ride for the first time. Of course, the fire caves are going to make it so that we could take level 7. But, we'll see about whether or not we want to do that immediately. Like, we probably do. The only 4s that we were really going to be doing were going to be more Sharn Syndicate stuff. So taking 7 means not a whole lot. It just means that we can't do Sharn Syndicate and we would just go straight to Feywild. Which is not really a problem. I thought he knew a shortcut, so I followed him. And then he was like, wait, I went the wrong way. So I almost jumped into the lava because someone else was wrong.
Rise from the cave entrance before you.
Excuse me, game? Thank you. It's like, you want to give me that, the ability to jump in? Maybe?
Here is hot and stinks of brimstone. Vile fumes sting your eyes.
Alright, so unfortunately, we do not have sprint boost like we did before. Fortunately, we have party members, which means we don't need to sprint around as much because this is one that when one person goes down one way to pull all the levers, the other person can actually go and do other things. Like, see, that person went over there to pull a lever, so I don't need to go over there. Oh, and they don't need to come here either because they can just jump. That works. I'm going to ignore this. I'm going to go up top, hit the quest objective, and let them handle that.
The altar of the dragon below lies ahead. As the first altar crumbles, a dark presence seems to gather. Beyond the end of your vision,
There we go.
the dragon below awakes.
Okay, so... Right, we already have one down there running, so we will wait here for this door to open. What is Cheshire running? Pure Favored Soul.
The altar breaks, and you feel a faint tremor below your feet. The dragon stirs.
One down. We're going to be taking the left fork up ahead.
The air grows more stifling, the sulphurous stench more nauseating. The heart of the mountain lies ahead.
I know I'm not facing them. I don't care. I don't need to finish them off. I just need to hit them like once. Hello, Ogre Shaman.
A howl greets you from across the chasm. Make more of High Shaman of the dragon below.
You're going to let the melee person handle the guy who's going to be closer to melee.
As Make more of falls, he shouts something in an eldritch language.
Do we have all in? I don't think we have all in. There's me, there's Cheshire, there's Blood Spirit, and we're missing Knuckle. Oh, wait, he's in. Is he in and moving, though? We want him to move so we know he's fully loaded in.
Third altar collapses.
Well, I'm not the one who triggered it, so if he missed it, it is not my fault.
The dragon below's power is broken.
Cheshire's taking 6.
Heat and steam rise from the cave entrance before you.
Okay, so we're going Fire Caves 2. That's a lot of quests up. What is the second half of this? The burning something? Ah, there it is. Brood of Flame. Brood of Flame, there it is. Just had to wait for him to get back to town and start it up.
Where before the caves were merely hot, now they are sweltering. The air itself seems on the verge of catching fire.
Now, fortunately, this is where cold damage is great. Because we have fire creatures and they take extra. I don't know exactly how much extra though. I don't know if it's like 20% or 50% or double or whatnot. Okay, so we still need to pull both levers. And, of note, we need to kill the fire elemental. I thought I was going to be fast one time, and I'll just, oh, I can pull, I don't have to fight these guys, I can just pull the lever. No. The fire elemental is one of the quest objectives.
The elemental collapses, shaking the stones as its spirit returns to its home plane.
So yes, you have to kill that fire elemental. Do not make the same mistake I made, and run past him thinking it will be faster. It will not. You'll have to turn around. Let's see. Is there any way I can help this? You'll see. I don't know if it's going to be any faster for me coming down this way, but we did have someone recall out so that they could take another level. So we're going to be a little bit faster in that we can split for this lever, for these levers. But that's not going to be as fast as if I were up top leapfrogging. That said, Knuckle is still not in? Cheshire is back and in. Knuckle didn't say anything in chat. Cheshire said they were going to go level. So I don't know where Knuckle is or what they are doing. But they might be back leveling. I don't need to level yet, but I could. And this time we're not going to take the left path, we're going to take the straight ahead path. Because the straight ahead path gets us where we're going. He's on his way, though. We just need to make sure to not kill the elemental. We can kill this next pack with, like, methods and stuff, but then we'll need to wait and not kill the elemental until he's in. I wonder what he went to go do. He didn't say anything in chat. Apparently Party Crashers is going to be less of a performance hog now, so that's nice. This is the downside to being in a party. Like, you go faster, it's just like, hey, we saved like a whole minute. And then you've got one person in the party who's like, wait, no, stop, I need to do the thing. And then you wait like 2 minutes for that person, so you lose it. Especially this person who's apparently off fighting stuff. I don't know where he is or what he's fighting. But if he's just fighting stuff in the wilderness on the way here, he is doing it wrong. It's like, where did he go? He didn't say he was leveling. Okay. Now we're hitting Garls 2. So we can recall, and then we can get the teleport there, since we already did Garls 1. I wonder if we're also going to do the one in the mines. Why is the name escaping me? Scoundrels Run? I think it's Scoundrels Run. I can't talk today. It feels like I bit my tongue, but I don't remember biting my tongue, so that's just how it goes. So if I am slurring my words a bit, it's because I seem to have bitten myself at some point. Which is unfortunate, but you know, it happens.
The sound of dripping water surrounds you, and a faint, musky odor hangs in the air.
Alright, the Chogs aren't a problem. It's gonna be all of the annoying undead, like Blackbone types. Wait, no. No, I'm in the wrong one. You, stop attacking me so I can recall out. I thought I selected the second one.
A cave extends deep into the rock behind this waterfall.
Alright, I'm out. You can reset it. Oh, Cheshire also went in accidentally. Okay, I was like, wait, did someone else go in? There's old Grey Garl. That's the one we want. Okay. Now I have delayed the party. We all make mistakes. Okay.
The feel of this place has changed. The air is strangely cold now, and the scent of old decay has replaced the troglodyte's musk.
Yeah, I'm not going to do nearly as much damage now because all these skeletons that are about to pop up are Blackbone. They're immune to fire, they're immune to ice, they're immune to a lot of things that I would like to hit them with. So we're just going to have to take this approach and let other people hit the things that I can't deal damage to, and I'll, like, shoot the jellies. Now, I should be okay on the, on, like, the ghouls and zombie types. Like, I think they take reduced damage. There it is. The whites, yes. Excuse you. I was trying to pull a lever, and you have interrupted me. Very impolite. It's always funny seeing the random procs of, like, 1,000 damage from Colors of the Queen. It's just like, well, how much damage did he need in order to be killed? About 200. Would you like 1,000? Sure, I guess. Like, it's really not necessary, but if you're gonna go for it, I don't see why not. Okay, but yeah, it looks like we are going to head to Feywild 5s next. So I will take 7. Alright, we'll cast the Featherfall.
Clawed and torn and smells of spices and rot.
I got this side, he got that side. We can convene in the middle. And there should be a bunch of ghouls and stuff sitting in this hallway trying to ambush us. These hit Wayloon rats before 7. I forgot that the new quests are level 4s.
Speaks again. Go back, fool.
Are they any good as far as like XP is concerned? Like, they really weren't for me last life, or, well, previous life, I should say, because, well, I didn't know how to run them, and I was kind of like taking my time and reading stuff and all that. So, even if they were quick to run, they wouldn't have been quick for me to run, personally, because I didn't know what I was doing. That is a lot of electric damage.
The lock on the door here looks complex, but you might be able to open it with the proper key.
Alright. It could be the last 3-barrel cove. The only other option is the level 7.
This is Grey
I suppose I should say the other level 7.
whispering voice speaks once more. As the chest opens, a frigid wind sucks the last warmth out of the room. Old Grey Garb, with a despairing shriek, old Grey Garb
There we go.
dissolves like a pestilent vapor. The cold suffusing the air begins to fade.
Alright, I will probably take 7 now for moving on to 5s. If we are heading to Wayloon, I will not.
A cave extends deep into the rock behind this waterfall.
I'll take 7 before Feywild. Alright, and off we go. So we gotta have some points to spend. Hello, Coleswick. What is up? Not a whole lot. We just TR'd on Tuesday's stream. So now we have joined a random pickup group and we're tearing through quests at quite a quick pace tonight. Alright, we're going to take level 7. We're going to get Concentration, Spellcraft, Use Magic Device, and Bluff. Thank you very much. We will learn Dimension Door, which is technically the wrong order, because as far as priorities go, it should be Displacement before Dimension Door, except that for the quests we're running, at the difficulties we're running at, on this character with the gear we have on hand, we don't need it. We just straight up don't need the extra defenses. Oh, you're on Sarlona? Nice. We are on Cannith. And we'll see how those identities hold up when, in theory, sometime later this year, everyone gets ported over to 64-bit servers. I know that there's a plan. They said it in their, like, producer's letter thing. But I don't recall any details about whether it's going to be server merges, like how they're handling a lot of, like, the mechanics of it. Like, do all the characters transfer? Do we transfer specific characters? Like, they haven't been really said anything about any of that, really. So, we will find out later in the year, I assume. I also haven't spent that much time on... Now the name is escaping me. Cormier. I haven't spent that much time on Cormier. The time I did spend was pretty smooth, and what I've heard from others is that, in general, the 64-bit servers are a large improvement, even when they are higher population. So, hopefully, it's yet another step they've taken to chip away at lag. But they've done that a lot over the years, and it's still around. Although there are some places where they've made very, very clear improvements. Like, the biggest one that comes to mind is when they redid how, I think it was how Reaper Point bonuses were calculated. It really cut down on the entering quest lag. Now, is there still entering quest lag? Yes. Is it as bad as it used to be? No. But there's still lots of room for improvement. So we're just going to grab all these. We still have enhancement points to spend, so we need to do that. It might be time to switch over to cone shape. Let's check. This costs 2. Alright, we're gonna do that. We're gonna reset this tree. Yes. Right. That, cone shape, temp health. We're definitely gonna get that. Accept. And then show me stats on force versus evil. 172, 174. They are basically tied. So we're not gonna bother with Utter Dark. We're gonna put a point here. And we're going to put a point here for more temp health. And we'll have to redo it later, but we'll put a point here temporarily. Because we're going to get Utter Dark later, but I wanted to have exactly 10 so we can grab our pack dice and our staunch sooner. So, consume is there. Stricken needs to be put on bars. And where is cone shape? There's cone shape. Change the spell casting, we'll drag back out onto bars. And we need to apply our meta magics. Maximize. Quicken. Oh, I hadn't turned on Empower for that one. Alright. And I've fallen behind. He's already in Wake Me Up. Oh, good. I didn't miss out on Monster Manual XP. Well, I actually probably did, since I think he killed the bears. No, he hasn't killed the bears yet. Excellent. If he hasn't killed the bears yet, that means that I get to still have my Monster Manual XP from them. Because these are 3 different, unique named bears. So they count for a lot of stuff in the... Yeah, see? There we go. An extra 2,000 XP. Because bears.
The Feywild, after all. You've recovered Hearsome's loot for the ritual. You've recovered the frosted cerise for the ritual. You've recovered both the loot and the frosted cerise.
See, this is why we like being in groups. He grabbed one, I grabbed the other at approximately the same time.
Energy streaming from a distant portal. Perhaps
Right, so the penalty here is 1 pack dice. Yes? Yes. Okay. So, we're only down 1 pack dice from where we were.
You approach the portal grove, but a pixie flutters into your path.
She said to make sure you
Which is fine, because I like cone shape better. It's worse on like single targets and whatnot, but
Pixie smirks.
that's fine. We won't use it for single target anyway.
so long as they are alive. Their devotion will sustain me.
And now we get to the funny part of this quest, where you go about 5 times faster
As the pixie collapses. In his last moment,
than the narration can handle.
Yet. You still need the
exit the portal and find yourself in a strange, empty void. Yet that appears to be Lord Arden's resting place ahead.
All right, ritual.
Between you
Loot.
and Lord Arden stands
Next we have
Cadence
flower.
the Hag. She must have been disguised as Melody.
Now we
the
burn them.
the entire time. Cadence prepares for battle.
Now we wait for the little floaty smoke animation. Ooh.
Can't trust the pixie to do a hag's work.
Cadence finishes her conjuration. Slimes emanating a frigid mist suddenly appear nearby.
You killed my sister, so I'll have to make do with these vile
He might said he might double cap on 5s. I wonder if he's running a pot,
Wear them personally.
or if he was just like a level up on me when we started, because that's also possible. I started a couple levels down,
Weakened and
Or-
battered, Cadence
well,
tries to surrender.
a level down.
All right. That's enough. You need what I have. So then, let's make a deal.
You've reluctantly decided to allow Cadence to live.
All right,
In exchange
we're gonna head out
for Lord
this way,
Arden's true name.
and
Lay
we're
out the
gonna.
ingredients for the ritual and repeat the steps.
All right, if he's
to
taking 8,
reverse the
then
curse. First, play the lute. Then, grind up the flower's roots. Last, burn the roots along with Lord Arden's true name. You play a brief melody on Hearsom's lute. You mash the flower's roots into a pulp with little effort. You set a small blaze, then drop the crushed roots
Okay.
of Lord Arden's
Into make-believe
true
we go.
name into it, completing the ritual. As the smoke rises, Lord Arden's eyes open. He springs
Attempt a
out
social
of
skill.
bed.
Bluff.
Lord Arden thanks you for awakening him from this curse. He urges you to speak with him back at Winwood Hall in the waking world. A motley group of
Bluff.
redcaps guards
Bluff.
the gate ahead. It's strange that a noble of the summer court would retain those violent, unpredictable creatures as servants.
All right.
A curious tree stands here by itself.
So we'll get Riddlelock
Single
and
brilliantly
the
red
lady,
apple hangs from one
and
of
hopefully
its
he'll get the
branches.
smith.
With a quiver of excitement, the tree drops the apple at your feet. The sprawling courtyard
I found you an
seems
apple.
deserted. A lone tower
There we go.
stands ahead. Lord Xavier will likely be found inside. Lady White Lily has requested that you find her a snack. A frivolous request, it seems. Yet, in the Feywild, small promises may have strange consequences. This storehouse is occupied by a very energetic chest. It
Dozens.
gapes at you with a big, toothy grin.
Not stone this time, but dozens. If you missed the riddle, it's basically 6 letters it contains, remove 1 and 12 remains. So it's dozens. You remove one letter that is, and it becomes dozen, which is 12. I think there are only 2 riddles. There's that one and the one that the answer is stone. I always make that mistake. It's like, here we are. I'm just going to mount up since we're outside. But it's like, nope, we're not actually outside. Although it's funny because I still have certain,
Towers at the back of this smithy,
we'll
surrounded
say,
by menacing redcaps. Your instincts
habits?
tell you he won't have long to live unless you intervene.
from when I used to play WoW forever ago. And one of those is if I'm mounted and there's like a piece of a building, I will jump over it instead of trying to ride over it. Because in WoW, the piece of the building counted as inside, so it would dismount you. So, like, to this day, almost like by reflex, I attempt to avoid running over those. Even though there is no good reason for me to do so. Like, that's not a thing in this game.
Snowflakes
And it hasn't been a thing in games I've played for quite some time.
You don't
But
even feel cold.
sometimes old habits die hard.
Peculiar dog guards this door, all by itself.
Oh, look, a family
So it
reaper.
seems.
Oh, maybe I should get back into cone shape since we're doing AoE again.
You are faced with an unavoidable battle with the Eladrin.
Okay, here we
You have chosen
go.
to stay your blows and spare their lives, even at the risk of your own.
Up we go. I was going to see if I could make the diplomacy check. I was probably not going to be able to, but it was going to be worth a shot. Except he talked to him first, so you don't get the opportunity. Of note, they did not install the life-based locks here. So you can just run past and open the door if you're not worried about dungeon alert or them interrupting you opening the door. But fortunately, it's not like there are a ton of ads in the last fight, so all you really need to do is kill most of them.
Most of these Eladrin appear to be victims of
Now, I will say that one of the downsides of cone shape as opposed to chain shape
now.
is cone shape, you're more likely to run into the issue of, like, something is slightly to the side, so it's going to say, like, target out of range or target behind you or whatever it says when something is slightly out of the actual range of the spell. It's just like, I don't care. I don't care if there's targets. Just blast in front of me, and if I miss, I will turn.
Your precious Greymoss is dead. Trusting idiot. Who told you the Prince of Frost wanted you dead? Me? Who said these Outlander notes were his tools? Yeah.
So, let's see.
It was you who was supposed to die willingly.
So, our next 3 points are going to be
While I don't
2 for another pack dice, 1 for stanch,
guess I just
and then we'll probably go into Utterdark Blast? Maybe?
The hag's form splits into several mirror images.
Alright, where's the real one? Not you.
See which one is the real.
Not you, not you.
The hag dies, screeching to the last. After
we
a
go.
moment, the Viscount rises to his feet and blurts.
Who was that? What's going on? I demand an explanation.
And this is why we grabbed D-Door. Because did we need displacement? No. Will we want displacement later? Yes. But now, no. It is not necessary at the difficulties that we are running at.
The party here is in full swing, and Cascading Springs Cottage is clearly the worse for wear for it. A harried
Okay.
housemaid waits on the raucous satyrs. A satyr calls to you as you enter the courtyard.
Hello there. Welcome.
Alright,
to our
the question
resort.
is, at what point will I think it is
And drink
worth it
everywhere.
to drop 2 points for the move speed buff?
And make yourself at home.
Because the move speed buff only gives you move speed equal to the number of warlock levels you have. So, like, getting 7% is just,
Lush collection
it's
of
not
potted
that
plants
compelling.
suggests that this room is the conservatory. A note next
It's
to the
like,
central
okay,
seats reads,
hooray.
Slakeweed. Keep away from sunlight and damp soil.
Okay, so the gravy might look like radiated soup, but how does it taste? Like, that's the important part. Gravy in general is not an aesthetically pleasing food. It's like gray goo. So, it doesn't really matter. Oh, too much broth, I see, I see.
Surprising to find a large, well-stocked library in a house given over to an endless party. It's even more surprising to find a sphinx sitting in the middle of it.
Okay, I think I saw the key in here. There it is.
This large key is labeled Spring House.
Still
It
good?
seems
Well,
someone
there you
is
go
trying to
then.
hide it.
I mean, you could always just thicken it with a little bit more, whatever it is, flour. But then you have to cook out the flour again, and it's a mess. So, I can see why you would just opt out of that.
gushes up from the ground in one corner of the room, forming a large pool. This must be the cascading spring the house is named after. This large barrel is marked Flashboom Powder in large letters.
Here we go.
Even larger letters
Oh, looks like Twitch is getting ads, so... unfortunately, as I mentioned, we do run ads on Twitch so that they don't force ads on us. It's usually good for us to be able to choose when ads run, but tonight, since we are running in a party, not solo, I can't pause the party, so I can't pause the game. So, unfortunately, you will miss the end of this quest. But rest assured, we will be here when you get back. Oh, you didn't get an ad. No, it still says starting soon. I tried to get ahead of it so I could say something before the ad started. Now, starting soon usually means anywhere from like 1 second to 1 minute, so Twitch, it doesn't really tell me exactly when. Oh, there it goes. But yes, it did, fortunately, coincide with the very end of a quest, so at least some of it is running through the wilderness to get to the next quest. But then again, the next quest is very, very short, so perhaps it will miss a large chunk of the windmill. Then again, maybe the dudes with the crystals in their heads will be annoying and fight back. And we will therefore not have to skip much, because you'll just see us like walking around being like, come on, sit on it. No 99 discount on anniversary. Yeah. No free quest code either, but such is life. Perhaps they'll do it on like one of the weekends in anniversary as opposed to part of the main anniversary event, but for sales, I don't think that would be I don't think they would do the code for that, but they might do that for sale. They might do it for pack sales. I don't know if they'd do it for the expansion pack sales.
It sits menacingly.
Menacingly indeed.
Talk to me about a plan.
It's here-ish.
To your surprise, spindly legs rise from the dirt, and the
Haha.
windmill lurches forward.
Got it.
Creatures spring up around you, rushing to defend the windmill.
Hey, hey, stay there.
The gemstone cracks, and the windmill shudders. The windmill seems undaunted by your weapons and spells.
That's a Famine Reaper. Alright, good, good. It is nice that while they're immune to a lot of status effects, they're not immune to things like trip and web and stuff of that nature. Alright, so it's slamming currently, so we're going to wait for a second. And we are back from ads.
The strange gemstone seems to be
There we go.
protecting this creature from
Web is
spells
super
and
effective in this quest.
a gemstone
But if
cracks
you're
and
not a
falls.
caster, if you are melee or something, trip also works.
Then falls still. The magic that brought it to
So
life
yes, unfortunately,
seems to have left it.
the 2.5-minute ad break ran during the 2-minute and 4-second quest. So you managed to get back just in time for the end of the Night Who Cried Windmill. I don't know where we're headed next, because some people want to head for the Corrupted Tree next, and some want to head up north next.
If you'd like to help a little further, somehow I feel the culprit is still nearby.
Alright. I'm guessing we're headed north, because we're headed north. And I realize that that is quite the tautology, but you know what I meant. We are heading towards the snowy area quests, because we were headed in their general direction, which is north. Well, technically at the time we were headed east, because we hadn't turned yet, but suffice to say, based on where the party leader was headed, we were able to guess where we were headed next. Now, the question is, will we full cap in Feywild? I think the answer is no, because we've got 3 quests here, then there are 3 quests in the swamp, and then there... Alright, so we have 9 quests left, and we would need to fill 6 ranks. Do I think each quest is 2/3 of a rank? I don't know.
In one of the many holdings of the Prince of Frost.
Fortunately, we have quests like this, which are made way better by being in a party. Just so much better.
You proceed with caution. Whether you're
Well,
respected
usually.
by the Baroness or not, the Prince of Frost's cold reputation is known throughout the Feywild. The Prince of Frost
This one has a slight problem in parties in that it does have a gather the party mechanic, which means if one person is deciding that they don't feel like the party should make progress, well, they can do that. Or that's a rather non-charitable way of saying it. If one person gets lost, it can kind of slow everyone down.
If I may, my prince, says the Baroness, a connection in the summer court sent word of the Outlander's arrival. I have granted them an audience with me. I assure you, they will not disturb you.
Alright, so what am I going to check? Spellcraft check? I think Spellcraft check is the most accurate one I can do, because I am wearing one of the Queen Scepter from here, which, just like the Barovian Scepter, has Spellcraft on it.
Able to persuade the goblin to unlock the door for you. You hear a bell chime in the ballroom as you pull this lever.
Alright. Now we get to gather the party. We can't go up top yet, so we have to go down.
You can see that it has been sealed to prevent guests from...
See, we already have 2 action points waiting for us.
The court advisor stares off into the distance. At the sound of your footsteps, he jolts, turns around, and lets out a dejected sigh. Osha hands you a key. He tells you that the frosted cerise flower can be found in the center of the Aurora Garden, but warns you not to let the true nature of your visit become gossip.
Alright, so we're not going to D-door out of here,
Step out into the snowy garden.
because we want to break the ice up top, so that we don't have to run around later.
It emanates a magical, chilly aura.
Because if you D-door out, sure, you can get back in, but if you don't break the ice there, you can't take the short way in. You have to take the long way in.
The flower glows blindingly for a moment, and unexpectedly, a shockwave rocks the
You talk to them, I'll go left, you go right.
surprise. The ballroom is now covered in twisting vines and familiar flowers.
I thought I eradicated those flowers.
Now, this is another case where if you think that you can open the door without the blights hitting you, you can try it, but blights have really high accuracy. So I wouldn't recommend it unless you have, someone else runs in first and they're all hitting them instead of you.
Two Eladrin nobles she didn't recognize in attendance tonight. She knows who can tell you more. Sir Snowdrift, the resident social butterfly of the Prince of Frost's court. Sir Snowdrift tells you that Lord Beryl was last seen slinking off to the kitchen in search of a fresh bottle of wine. Then he shoos you out of his crowd of adoring nobles. The Countess does not tell you anything of note about the other party guests. However, she seems quite scandalized by your lack of knowledge about Chef.
So presumably he will go to the cellar and I will skip ahead. I think that was the path he was on. I could be wrong, though. It is a bit unfortunate because I'm not good at killing these packs. Because they're... Wait, they're not all immune to frost? Oh, the elementals aren't immune to frost. Just the skeletons.
Into the ballroom itself. A group of palace guards stand at attention in front of the Prince of Frost's quarters. After defeat
Alright,
them in order
find
to
Dame Allegra. This is an XP group, not a farming group. We do not care about the extra name chest in here.
lead to the Prince of Frost's quarters.
And, because we broke the ice, we get to take the fast way back in. Which is just, you come up here and go right back through the door. Otherwise you have to go down and around and come in from the side and a couple packs spawn.
Dame Allegra stands in the center.
Wait, there's no gather the party at this point now? Nice.
How did you like my little prank? It was good fun. Riling up that gloomy prince always entertains my master here some.
Allegra transforms before your eyes. You recognize her new form. Who caused such trouble for the gatekeepers back in Storm Reach?
Happy to see me, dearie. Good. It'll be for the last time.
Unfortunately, we don't have enough points for these to actually debuff anything yet.
I think that's enough.
But,
I'll let my pretty petals finish you off.
With a mad
pick the
cackle,
flower.
she vanishes.
And now we can detour out.
Shambling mound rises to
Well,
attack.
okay, we're gonna check the chest, not just detour out, but it's still faster than, like, either walking around the outside or climbing out by jumping.
You pluck the frosted cerise flower from the snow. This time, the bloom stays in the palm of your hand. Instead of
Alright, the
crumpling
question
away into nothing.
is, what are we gonna
Return to the
do?
Baroness to tell her what happened. Though the prince himself would never admit to it, the Baroness tells you he is in your debt for thwarting the Night Hag's scheme. And now that you have the frosted cerise, you're one step closer to waking Lord Arden.
The Prince of Frost glowers down at you.
Yes? Why have you come here? Out with it!
The Prince of Frost chuckles, but his eyes remain cold and hard as they bore down at you.
You come asking for favors when you impose on me by your very presence? Not many would dare to overstep so cavalier. But as I feel numb with tedium,
Alright,
will
I guess
allow
I'll go right side.
you will perform the 3 tasks I have set for you. Only then will I consider your request.
So I will take the long one. He should be able to finish the other 2 in the time it takes me to finish this one.
Trio of portals open nearby.
Go, and be quick about it. Each second you stand here is a second of my patience being siphoned away.
You find yourself inside the base held by the rebel bandits. The Prince of Frost wants you to retrieve a wine chalice that they stole. You've arrived at Rhine's Refrain, one of the Prince of Frost's favorite venues. He demands that you remove
Let's
the
see.
griffins that seem to have made
Nope.
their home inside the amphitheater. A number of griffins are perched throughout the amphitheater.
Now that we're moving along,
But make no move to attack.
we're going to try to optimize the amount of things we can get in one cycle.
It may be possible to sneak past the sentries and through the sleep.
Because otherwise I was going to catch up to the sentries.
You skillfully tend to the griffins' wounds. In time, the griffins will be able to return to their usual lairs. The amphitheater can now return to regular use. That takes care of one favor for the Prince of Frost. The tramp of approaching.
Alright,
hooves
that's one
through
room.
the
We got one.
amphitheater. Then a vicious voice calls out.
The ones who bring me the matriarch's head gets an extra share of gold!
The hunters have caught up to the injured matriarch, but she is
Alright.
in no condition to fly.
Well, they're nearsighted, but apparently they also can't hear me breaking boxes, so that's convenient for us. Alright, so we appear to have gotten a good part of their patrol cycle. Because now they're both pathing away from us. Where's the... We have, however, gotten unlucky on rune spawns. There are only 2 rooms left that we haven't checked. There we go, second to last one. That does mean that we end up breaking more stuff, but it looks like it's still not enough to get us to what we actually want, which is an XP bonus.
This is the missing wine chalice that the Prince of Frost requested. Now that you've done these 3 favors for the Prince of Frost, perhaps he'll return one. Paging through this well-worn journal, you learn that the bandit
there we
captain
go.
has a private stash of treasure hidden somewhere in the caverns.
Because we didn't set off the alarm, we can de-door out. She does set up a dimensional barrier to keep you from de-dooring out if the alarm gets tripped.
Prince of Frost agrees to lend you his powers in reaching Hirsum's fortress.
But yes, that's like twice as fast with 2 people.
Trading Hirsum's needle
So,
for the codex
we are just barely eligible to take level 8. Which means we've still got 5 full ranks to go before we cap. And it's a slow load. Hopefully it's not a bugged load. Alright, no recovering from failed teleport, so it's just a waiting game at this point. It'll let us log out of, it'll let us zone out eventually. Hopefully. Ideally, at some point. Oh, there we go. Oh. He full on disconnected. So it looks like it wasn't just me. 5,000 XP for killing a couple ravens. So, yeah. I wonder if he just relogged since he thought he was stuck.
Snow drifts into the open gateway of the abandoned lodge. You spot Hirsum, the Prince of Satyrs, through the gate.
We meet again, Bear. I see you're still here, carrying out your duties.
Alright, the question is, which one should I head to as someone with more AoE?
You don't seem very enthusiastic.
I think I am going to turn left and head to the tree where I can, like, take out the groups of guys and do the puzzle.
And I don't wish to be disturbed. I'll need some guards. Reliable guards, not a grumpy old flea bag like yourself. Let's see. Yes, that should do it.
Now, I don't know if these topiary people
Wouldn't want to interrupt your
are hurt by cold. Hopefully they are. Otherwise, this is going to be very annoying for me.
He's known you were there all along.
Oh, alright, if he's going left, then I'll go right. My plans were thwarted by someone else having a similar idea.
To help you find the Baron, but
And the whole goal is for us to split our ideas. So I guess we're going this way. See, I thought I was going to need to wait, like, another 10 years and another 2 inches of hairline before I had to deal with topiaries, but now I've got to deal with topiaries immediately.
the gnome beggar tells you that he doesn't have any.
Sometimes just life is not fair.
gingerbread golem that he created has run off with his entire supply, along with a collection of delectable.
Unfortunately, because I'm used to playing Warlock before, it was just like, wait a second, why am I not going faster when I cast Stricken on that thing? I was like, well, for one thing, it would only make you 7% faster, because you only have 7 levels in Warlock, and for the other thing, you haven't taken that enhancement yet. So, that's 2 good reasons why you didn't start moving faster, is because you don't, and even if you did, it wouldn't be by much. Good job, me.
I'm going to pick a whole friend, army.
Alright, come to the middle where I can shoot you.
All that's left of the gingerbread
And there we go.
golem is a huge pile of crumbs. Amid his remains, you find
So,
a large
let's
pot
see.
of owl bear butter. The portal flickers to life, and a
Oh, he went for the
dark
giant
figure
first.
steps through.
There you are, Archfey.
That's probably a good deal, so then I can do this part
Requested.
without too much difficulty.
You obtained the codex pages.
Naturally. No, it took some doing. gave my hawks a bit of trouble, but once I was
We'll kill the rest when we
consumed
come
by the
back.
enchantment,
It's fine.
I was able to make off with the babies and leave those druids none the wiser.
You open the door and step into the massive sky oak. Only to find
Now,
yourself
unfortunately, we can't really group these guys up too easily because there's a bunch of ranged dudes. So we're going to group up what we can, and we'll take the others and do what we can there as well.
Sure that you'll deliver what you've promised.
Oh, we're lagging. One good thing about streaming is that when something like that happens, I can look over at the stream and be like, well, the stream is fine. Therefore, I know that this is DDO lag, not my internet lag. Although, it's usually a safe bet to think that it's DDO lag, but that is not always the case. We did have something that happened within, I want to say like a week-ish ago? Maybe it was 2 weeks ago, where twice in the same week, my internet decided, no, I don't feel like doing things today, and it just decided to like blink out in the middle of streams twice. I was just like, huh. Well, that wasn't very nice of you.
Oh, I wish to restore the Feywild. Return it to what it was
There we go.
before the Eladrin littered it with courts and palaces. This was once a place of
Take tree sap,
freedom. Touched
and we can D-door, so us being in the furthest away one, not a problem.
Sky oak sap seeps out of the massive tree. You pick up the sticky sap. What could the bear possibly want with this?
Nature. Yes, you needn't worry about that. I have found a place that civilization has never touched. A place where nature is unbounded. All you need do is open the door, and nature will
Alright,
forth.
so we do need the party to gather for this one. We have plenty of time on our buffs though, so we don't need to rebuff for it.
You keep talking about this door, well and good. But what I need is the key.
Oh, the guys are already there behind the door.
Secret for now. You'll receive it when the time is right. We will arrange one more meeting where we'll make our exchange. Yet, as you seem impatient, so I have brought a gift. The rapid unicorn, a breed found nowhere in this place. You'll find they make effective servants.
You don the giant's gloves, reach deep inside the bear's mouth. and
Alright,
pull out
alright.
an elaborate
I understand that you're upset with me for casting web at the door that you were standing on the other side of. But I think that you can understand that perhaps
A black unicorn bursts into the room.
it would be best if you
Voice
didn't
sounds
attack
in
us
your mind.
and die.
You have tampered with one of Hearsome's servants. My new master demands that you be punished for your impudence.
Remember, Archfey, you're not the only one who can do me this service. Yet if you fulfill your will...
Alright, so let's see. We have Thornright, Immortality Lessons, and the Corrupted Tree left in the main area, and we have the Witch Hunt, the Mimic one, and the Underwater one in the Swamp area. So we have 6 quests left, and we have 4 ranks of Wiggle Room. Now, obviously, we could just take level 8. It's not going to hurt our XP because the other guy in party is already level 8, so it wouldn't really be a penalty. But I doubt that I'll cap for Immortality Lessons, and Immortality Lessons would be a good place to take that break anyway. So,
Whatever caused this sudden change in the climate surely wasn't natural.
let's see. I actually don't remember if the fire beetles are immune to frost. I think they're resistant to frost and immune to fire.
Reaches upward to the sky, yet some form of corruption has gripped its roots, slowly twisting and transforming this ancient. These root tunnels are full of life, yet something seems
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
a sense of unease hangs.
There we go. Very easy to break
Find
that.
The source of the corruption you've been asked to stop. An ugly red magic barrier blocks the way
Excellent.
down to
The
the
Reaper walks straight through it, which means I can kill him without fighting beetles. Nope, beetles are also immune to cold.
A strange red light
What a pain.
fills these root tunnels, draining away the life in them. As the second orb shatters, that sense of unease you felt fades.
Alright, these do need to die in order for
Third orb is
the roots to come down.
sense of dread.
I'll go this way.
A second barrier blocks.
Oh, that's not good.
You expect there are more orbs powering it. Blights pull themselves free from the root walls and attack. The root tunnel ahead looks nearly dead. It's begun to rot away in places.
There we go. Orange plus Reaper slow is quite the annoying slow. Stop it. You're interfering with my ability to speed run the quest by slowing me down. Sir, you don't have the right to stop me. I'm merely traveling, sir.
As the last orb in the northwest tunnel shatters.
I don't recognize your authority. The Eladmidrin is an admiralty court.
With the final orb in the northern root tunnels destroyed,
All right.
crackling sounds can be heard from the barrier. With the orbs gone, the second barrier collapses in on itself with an audible crackle.
Alright, well, at least when I redid my points, I did it in such a way that I had 3 points in my temp health thing. So we've had a 50% increase in the amount of temporary health we get.
Life from the tree. The Fomorian Bellows. Stop them, Voidpag! The Gulthias tree ritual must not be interrupted.
There we go. Hi.
With a single magic word, the Fomorian snaps the barrier back into place.
And now, so anyway, I started blasting.
Base of the barrier you can squeeze through. Here goes the Blight Master snarls. Turn back further. You're more powerful.
Probably shouldn't have stood in that spiked growth.
Turning this into a Gulthias tree. Here goes the Blight Master crumples to the ground.
Fire beetles do a stupid amount of damage.
So close. The Fomorian is dead, and the ritual ended.
But
All that's
we
left
did
is to
survive.
tell the
So we've got that
priest
going for
safe
us.
to return to the blessed tree.
Thornright, unfortunately, also has a bunch of fire beetles. But we will survive. Partially because, well,
Deep voice booms through the
we just will. It's like I thought I would have a potentially interesting follow-up for that, but the actual thing is we will survive because we have more health than they have damage, is the very uninteresting conclusion to that statement. How will we survive? Do we have a really fancy strategy? Do we have some secret tips and tricks? No. They just don't do enough damage to kill us. That's how it is. Although if I keep doing this, they may have enough damage to kill me. Since they just keep popping for like 20 here, 20 here, 30 there. Oh! The champ hit me for a lot. Yes, thank you for the warning that I am low on health. He took a different route. This is the normal route. I didn't take it because it's annoying for me. Because Eldritch Blasts don't break walls that you have to hit in order to break.
A dryad leaps from the tree.
Which is very bad for me. Because it means I have to turn off my blast stance and then hit things with a stick in order to get through and then turn it back on, and it's just annoying. It's not hard, but it is annoying. Oh, you know what? I have Stanch now. I should have put that on my bars. I could use a defensive cooldown on my bars. Do I not have Stanch? I do not. I need one more point. So I will have it after we go back to town in the next 4 quests or so. Well, at least the fire elementals get absolutely shredded.
To complete the test, the dryad joins the fray herself. You neither bend nor break. Good. The Thornlight is willing to see you.
All right.
You may enter. She makes a gesture.
And we got healing from the what's his face? From the Dragon Disciple. I'm assuming that's Dragon Disciple, right? Yes.
Surely this is the Thornlight. The Thornlight explains that he crafted a magic needle for Hirsum.
All right. Probably Witch Hunt next.
Now contains Hirsum's immortality.
Which is another one that cold is not great in because hags don't take cold damage. So it's 37, yeah. Yeah, we've got plenty of headroom. Now, we won't be able to do any 5s after this, but we should get through all the 5s out here. Okay. Put up our stuff.
Have you come for the hag? Asks the master of the hunt. They hunt us. Report she look. Don't let her. Pray use one of the portals. Use these The air nearby tingles with magic. It seems to be coming from up above. If you got to higher ground, you could look for the source of this disturbance. The hags will try to avoid the huntsman. That doesn't mean, though, they're invincible.
Okay, so we've gone with the just follow her and hit her strategy instead of trying to pull her into the nook.
Beatrice mutters, rubbing her hands.
Oh, Cadence will have my head, and Hirsum will turn us into worms.
Alright. Well, because I can barely damage her because she doesn't take cold damage, I'm gonna go grab the thingy.
What they do with their freedom is your problem, not mine. The master of the hunt chuckles.
I guess it's over there.
If you like, you could defeat wild beasts out there to gather more lost banners. Then use them to corral the hag towards me. In this gully, she will find true death in my hand.
Alright, so the note should be over here.
The master of the hunt calls you in the distance. It seems you didn't need my help after all. Impressive! Come see me for your proper reward.
Take the note. There we go. Nice distribution of responsibilities. He kills her, I find the note, and I can de-door back. Nice, easy 2-minute quest. And I have web for the mimic quest, which is very nice because the easiness of this quest largely hinges on, can you crowd control the pseudo dragon, or do you have to chase him all over the place? So hopefully we're going to be able to just crowd control and be done with it.
Legible inscription. You cannot find any sign of who built this or why. Somewhere in these woods there is treasure that grows on trees. One specific tree deserves more attention than others, for it bears the chest containing Hirsam's magic needle.
So, alright, looks like he said BRB, so it is on us to clear the way in this quest. So, the trick to this quest is that all of the mimics are fixed spawns. They're always there. The real quest has like 4 different spawn points, and that right there is one of them. So that's the real one. Just gonna kill these people following us. There we go. Ooh, 67 remnants. So
As you open the chest, a unicorn leaps out. How did it even fit in? As you defeat the unicorn, a deer bursts out from it.
oh,
Is that normal?
did it not hit the web, or did it make it save?
The deer falls. Something stirs inside, and then a blink dog appears. This needle better be worth it. The blink dog falls, but something flits out of it.
Stupid raven.
A bird? Here we go again.
Got him. Now, I've been told that you don't want to kill it inside that log bridge up ahead, because it can apparently bug it out.
As it falls to earth, an egg rolls out. Thankfully, the egg doesn't move. Yet. Among the shell fragments, you see the glint of something that looks like a small winged shadow sweeps.
So now we just need to wait for the pseudo dragon to go back to his lair,
Just as you reach for
and we'll be good to go.
Yoink! The tiny dragon-like creature darts away with its prize. The little dragon disappeared through this portal, taking your prize with it. As you pursue the creature into the cave, you hear its excited voice up ahead.
Aha! Adventurers in my lair!
The little dragon announces,
We're gonna play hide and
Okay.
So first,
Time to
close
find
your
ourselves a
eyes,
dragon.
no peeking. And count to 10. And then find me and catch me. And then you run. Ha! Ready?
I hear snoring. Where is it? Oh, there we go.
The little dragon cries out.
You found me! Ha ha! Catch! I'm it! Run!
All right. Great success. We have managed to tag the dragon. And now we have taken, in the great tradition of many people who played tag, the solution of cheating. If you are taller than them, you simply climb up somewhere that they cannot reach. And what's he going to do? Complain to his mom? He's not a real dragon. He doesn't have a real elder dragon mom.
Being so very entertaining. You can have it.
With Hirsam's precious needle and hair, you prepare to offer him a bargain.
We do want to finish out, not take the doorway. So I'm not going to D-door, because the D-door would be bait. All right, now we're off to this lovely place. I'm not a huge fan of quests where your movement is restricted the whole time. So there's that. But, you know, we make do.
You make your way deep into the Kelpie's underwater grotto, protected by the Eladrin's magics. Now where is the lost keepsake you were sent to find? You hear the murmur of
Okay, let's see.
voices coming
Cold resistant, but not immune. We can deal with that.
A strange noise, distorted by the water, comes from further down the corridor. It sounds like growling. A magical light fills this chamber and glints off of something mounted to the back wall.
All right. That's one lever.
The first lever is pulled, and a deep rumble travels through the water.
Oh. Remnants. 15 remnants, too. So I grabbed one, he grabbed the other. We should be able to meet in the middle now.
There's an audible pop as the second lever is pulled and the barrier in the main hall dissipates.
Excellent.
A group of Kelpies rushes in to block the path.
The one that didn't get webbed just walks up and is like, hello, I am close to you and therefore you can't move now. And off to the boss fight.
Come for the bauble, have you? You're not the first.
Booms an exceptionally large and powerful Kelpie as it charges.
Every time we take it, the Eladrin sends someone to fetch it back. It's an endless supply of fresh fare for us.
The Kelpie Lord calls out.
I can see you're no easy prey, but the struggle makes the feast all the sweeter. Elementals, attend me!
I don't know if this works or not, but we're going to test it out.
Diffusing into
There we go.
clumps of
Okay, good.
ragged weeds. You spot the Eladrin's lost keepsake perched atop a nearby chest.
Alright, and because we're double recalling anyway, we'll be taking 8. Because why not? We're going to be in town. Let's see, Warlock Trainer. Charisma. Next. Bulwark of the Storm. Will saving throws. Okay, sure, why not? This time, oh, this is level 2. Visibility. Oh, that's right, and we get more pack dice at 8. It's another power spike level. We have 6 points. Stanch. Dice. The question is, which of these do we want to take higher up right now? Because this has better stuff for these. You know, it's got like the move speed and all. This has Utter Dark Blast. It has, like, basically right now, I have the important things, and I don't care about the rest until 12. So I think we're just going to grab Utter Dark Blast, and we're going to keep going in this tree for another dice when we get there. We will want to bring Stanch out onto our bars, though, so we can actually cast it. Send me to the harbor. And we're going to swap our trinket. There we go. Now that we've swapped our trinket, we have 5 more to all resists, which isn't a ton, but it helps, especially when you have things like those fire people. Not the fire people, but the things that were hurting me a lot. The beetles. Like that big hit of damage I took was a triple hit of damage. So one of the reasons that it hurt so much is that it hit me 3 times. And well, 5 resist means 15 less damage there.
Ah, here at last. I trust you didn't get frostbite. Welcome to Duskfall Overlook, a prime example of my vision for the Feyworld's future, as well as its past. See how the birds.
Let's see. I think I will take.
Have reclaimed the ruins of this Eladrin palace. Here we say goodbye to
The left path?
of the Eladrin courts, to the whole. We have on our way. You seem impatient to start.
Maybe.
Worry not. It will begin soon. But first,
We'll just see which way he goes, and we'll go the opposite way.
I want to achieve. Once you complete the lessons I have designed, we will speak again. But until then,
Right, I'll go this way.
Pearson bows, then disappears.
Wait, why are you going the same way? We can go. We can split here.
A curious door glimmers into view.
Well, okay. I'll take a short side trip to talk to some unicorns for a couple thousand extra health. Or not health, experience. There you go. Just a quick side trip for another 2500 XP.
Grove, where Hirsum's herd of corrupted unicorns stands in the grass. Scar regards your presence in the grove with obvious disdain. But she tells you about the deals she made with Hirsum. That she and her herd may roam free in the remade Feywild. Pillaging and ruling the land Hirsum grants them as they see fit. Dust motes drift through the air. Cobwebs.
Alright. What do we have?
Hirsum's voice floats in the air.
Torch, cage, lantern. I believe it's torch.
I have provided you with a feast for the senses. Once you and your fellows are ready, step up onto the table. But be aware. You'll be shut in until you've learned your lesson. Or you meet your demise.
You're surprised to discover that a watchword.
Alright, so the good thing is that one of the big things that these things cast is Magic Missile, and we do have shields, so we are immune to it.
The door slams open, and a Fomorian walks out into the chamber.
Finally!
Alright.
For supper.
You collected a watchword and killed the hungry Fomorian.
One
Now
down.
you are free to leave.
Now we just gotta try to... Hello, Haste and Go. Haste and Go 1. I swear your name looks familiar. Did you, like, have to create a second account? Because it says you're a first-time chatter, but that definitely looks like a familiar name. And it has a 1 at the end, so it also looks like a remade name. Okay, let's see if we can catch up to the party member who went in here first. Oh, that was a mistake. I didn't grab a loot. I should have grabbed a loot before dropping down. Like, even if I were to try to leapfrog it, I can't, because sure, the door opens, but on the other side of that door, there's somewhere that you have to play the loot. So I guess for the meantime, I will break boxes. I'll just be a box breaker, and then I will join him when he finishes doing things. Is it enough? No. We have still not broken enough to get any sort of benefit. And I don't know if we will. Satyr Exterminator. Okay, good. So there's fighting going on up ahead.
A gargoyle perches on a high ledge inside this room. He stretches out his crumbling arms.
Ah, I see.
Maybe I can help you find your way to liberty. The gargoyle flinches at your blow. A chunk of stone.
Ah, I
falls off
see.
his body. Tourmaline shudders as even more of
Well,
his stone body chips
congratulations on leaving the land of the lurking and joining the chat.
The gargoyle
Although that is, of course, not required.
the red signal crystal
It's not like a requirement that anyone chats, but it is nice when they do. Ah, he's a monk. I cannot keep up. I shall return to my job of trying to break boxes. It has still not been useful yet.
A solitary gargoyle statue rests in this chamber. Now that you have collected both watchwords, you can unlock the door to the roof. The root barrier disappears.
Okay,
Behind it,
almost to the end.
notice a strange ring of mushrooms that has sprung up in the soil. Now that you've collected this watchword, all there is left to do is find a path out of this labyrinth.
All right.
This door matches the one you used to enter this
We've reached
labyrinth.
the end of
You
Feywild.
found the exit. Now that you have the watchword, you're free to leave.
Let's see, what was it?
This door has been sealed with a magic
Unbridled
incantation. Only the
Spirit.
two watchwords can unlock it, which Hirsum has hidden in his stronghold.
Oh, good. I was afraid that I had misspelled unbridled. It's not a word that I tend to use a lot.
You step out onto
So, you said you gave streaming a real go a little over a year ago. How did that go for you?
Congratulations are in order.
Hirsum says,
How did the go, as it were? Oh, we need to rebuff. We're
I have just one.
a little low on stuff.
All you see before you is an illusion. Mementos of what the Feywild is now. And what I so wish to destroy.
two familiar figures shimmer into Illusory versions of Lord Arthur and the Prince of Frost.
I suppose that's true.
These two
The talking to a good movie. I'm not sure I'm completely up on the analogy because, and again, this is going to vary from person to person, but for a decent chunk of people, the interaction is the reason that they are watching a live stream instead of something like a movie. Like, the interaction is what makes it different and preferable to a movie. Ooh, very nice. What were the beginner goals? Like, affiliate? That's the standard beginner goal, I believe. Oh, they're not immune to frost. I suppose the polar bears being immune to frost is not that ridiculous. Like, they'd have to be at least resistant. Excellent. I don't know if I could hit affiliate again. I got affiliate on this one years back during a hardcore season when I was playing and therefore streaming a ton. But right now, last I checked, I am below the threshold. Like, I don't have the average 3 viewers. Like, obviously, if I really wanted to hit it, I could just ask, like, one friend. Oh, shit. Oh.
Oh. Replies Hearson.
A bargain slipper. And I will deliver in time. I've simply flipped these codex pages to these mortal adventures.
It's like, I was like, hey, do you want this? And then I talked to chat and I'm like, just yeah, just take everything. It's just like, oh wait, I offered this and then I immediately looted it for myself when he could have used it. Oops. But yeah, so excellent. Congratulations on affiliate. I mostly wanted it for basically for the features, to be able to have emotes, to be able to have all that other stuff that comes along with it. The monetization is just so far out in the future. That I never really bothered with it. If you start out saying, like, I'm going to be successful financially in streaming, you're probably just going to be disappointed. It's more of a modern day, like, I'm going to move to California and be an actor. It's like, that's not really how that goes for most people. It's like at most other entertainment jobs. There are like a handful of people at the very top making tons of money. Below them, there's a variety of people who can make a living on it. And then there's a whole bunch of people who maybe get a little money, but like it's a hobby side thing. And then you got some people who just kind of do it for fun. And it's a big pyramid, because the base group that makes no money, that's the big group. In any case, speaking of being affiliate and how they monetize things and are like, we're going to put extra ads on your channel if you don't run them yourself, we are between chains, which means that this ad that I snoozed twice during that quest gets to run now. So I can refill my drink, you can refill your drinks, and because we're at the end of a chain, you're not going to miss anything during the ad break. So I'll see you in about 2.5 minutes. We have returned. Mostly. We just need to figure out where we're going next. So, there aren't a ton of 6s. Like, we already did the Feywild 6s and the ones that are in Three Barrel Cove. Like, there's various ones in, like, House J. There's Devil Assault. We should do Devil Assault. There's various ones in House J and K. And then there's the ones in the 12. Bond 1 and 2 first. Resetting my app real quick. I don't know what he means by resetting his app. Alright, I don't know why we'd hit Vaughn before Dread, but sure, I'm down. No. No, I in fact have not done the 5s and 6s in House K for the favor. In fact, I believe I'm going to level straight past them, which means I'll probably end up doing the ones out in the swamp. Red Fence, that's the one. And yeah, I'm there with you on the tiredness. Something hit me yesterday, and I passed out super early in the afternoon, and I ended up taking essentially a 9-hour nap and waking up at like 1 a.m. And I did get back to sleep, but I generally won't be able to sleep 13 hours unless I've got some kind of sickness. So there was something going on there. So let's take a look at gear, see if I forgot anything. Well, okay, so if I want to do Utter Dark Blast, where is the Ring of Summer's Heat? Where did I put it? There it is. So if I want to do Ring of Summer's Heat, what I lose is alright, so we go from 188 cold and 188 force to 179 cold and 203 evil. And evil's got a much higher crit rate than force 2. Okay, so we're going to turn on Utter Dark Blast and run with that. Okay, so yes to Dread. Alright. He's apparently been drinking and doesn't know what numbers are higher than other numbers. Which, you know, that happens. But yes, the main reason we're using Utter Dark Blast is because we have Coalesced Coinage, which comes out of one of those level 612 quests. and Insightful Spell Radiance and Insightful Radiance Lore, which is very handy. Now, it's not a huge jump because we already have Insightful Potency on the Queen Scepter, but, you know, might as well. Alright, so we're going to start Captive of the Hidden God. He said it's going to take him a bit to set something up, but that's fine. Beginning of Captive of a Hidden God means, you know, you stand there for a minute and a half while Vecna talks at you. So, it's no big sacrifice to be like, oh, well, we're going to have to wait a couple minutes. We were going to be waiting a couple minutes anyway.
It all started back in Storm Reach. Foxpaw had sent a message summoning you to the harbor. Before you could find him, you were accosted by a mysterious stranger. The stranger vanished as suddenly as he appeared. Then,
Alright.
Foxpaw hailed you from the
We
water's
might
edge.
actually be getting to the level that we actually want Death Ward to do things.
To show you some experiment related to the Conch of Secrets. He had mounted the magical artifact onto an arcane device he had built. Foxpaw had amplified the artifact's magical signature, creating bait to draw the pirates to you. Was this a bold strategy or reckless insanity? You were about to find out. A pirate made her way up from the dock. Aye, we're back. And this
Alright,
time,
we got him. Now we wait 1 minute and 40 seconds for Vecna to talk at us.
Then the mysterious stranger shimmered into view again. The pirates instantly fell to their knees, and a strange feeling washed over you. You dare ask me to
Alright.
fix your bungling? You dare?
So, we are good to go.
The mysterious stranger transformed, taking on a new and terrifying.
Now the good news is that kind of skipping ahead like this means that we have a ton of space for XP. Because we are technically under level, as these are effective level 9 and we are level 8. But we are less than 1 rank away from being able to take 9 if we wanted to. Now one benefit of taking 9 would be we could switch weapons to the Radiance Scepter that comes out of the one with the 3 paths, which is escaping me.
Take these fools to the ship.
Why can I just not remember quest names anymore?
Quickly, worms.
It's okay, we can look things up.
Yet untested. I will personally deal with these interlopers. Examination.
No, it's none of those. White Plume Mountain, that's the one. I don't know how I'm forgetting it, but I'm going to blame the fact that there isn't a mountain in White Plume Mountain. It's just kind of a place like any other. Well, there might be a mountain, but we don't know about it. Alright, so he is on the way. Oh look, raptors. I probably shouldn't bother fighting this. I should probably just head upstairs and let them follow me. So, as usual, Dread is a bit of a uptick in difficulty.
The chart was labeled the Isle of Dread, though it was less of a chart and more of a list of magical incantations. Notes in the margin describe the island's there were multiple references.
It's like, what are they doing? It's like, oh right, Foxpaw is here fighting as well. It's like, why are they not doing anything? He casts enchant armor on you? Somehow I didn't know that. I mean, mostly because it's probably irrelevant, but it's nice of him to do so regardless. Alright. Well, this guy's immune to cold, but that's fine. We're not going to start the big fight until our party member manages to join us, so we're just going to chill here for a moment. look over some of our plans for the build. So right now, our plan is to get another dice here, and then move up this tree, get extra damage and effects on Stricken, get extra move speed, and we do want to take our T5s here. So we're probably going to have to lose dice again when we take level 12, because we're going to need to put a lot more points into that tree in order to be able to take our level 12s. So for this fight, we really want to strafe a lot, because when these guys activate, they cast a Cyclonic Blast, and you can get hard CC'd 100 to 0'd even if you have like 600 health. It has happened to me. Because while you're on the ground, the other ones will continue casting Cyclonic Blast, and it's going to hit you for 100 damage, and you will fall over. And you just get chain stunned until you die.
Know this. You are trapped on this plane by my will. I control the only way off of the Isle of Dread. I will attend to you in due time. For now, make your way on the Isle of Dread, if you can.
And once again, Vecna decides to talk at us for a while.
There was a sudden thud, then a rending crack. A gigantic creature reared out of the depths, shattering the wooden ship.
Oh no! Anyway, and this is why Gibbers doesn't work here, which is the other frustration if you get chain killed here, or chain crowd controlled here. Because the problem is, you Gibbers, and then there's that long RP thing, during which time you die again, and then you can't come here to finish the quest.
So we found ourselves held captive by the god Vecna, shipwrecked on the mysterious Isle of Dread.
Alright, I wonder what order he goes in. I usually do crab first. Crab first just makes sense to me. Let's see. Alright, time to grab all the quests. So many quests. Take them all. Like they shouldn't scale with base attack bonus, but... So the Dragon Disciple in party was saying that the spells are slow. Which to me implies that, well, I guess they need Quicken. Either that or they just like feel slow because like they have awkward animations or something like that. But, you know, while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to check the bank for my scepter from said mountain with the white plume. Show me 9. There it is, Celestial Beacon. Lots of Radiance and Radiance lore. It did seem to help. Good to know. Okay, so he is already in Crab. Crab is pretty annoying to solo. It can be annoying to duo as well, but better than solo at least.
You notice 4 ballistas along the perimeter, each aimed at the giant crab. Behind it, you see the cursed monolith in the hands of a tall statue. You overhear a conversation between a Kofu lieutenant and a guard.
Use caution.
says the Kopu.
Make sure the beast remains calm. The safety of the monolith depends on it. You cannot let it remain unprotected for even a minute.
The Kopu suddenly turns towards you.
Okay.
Intruders! Do not allow them near the wall. Minions, rally them charge! Beware the crab.
These need to unlock like earlier. The fact that like the guys attack you and they still don't unlock.
The barrier shimmers into being and bars you from exiting the arena. The Kopu
Like they still have not unlocked.
The rogue hits the ground with a thud and remains still. The crab emerges.
Like, I guess they are just like, no, we want you to make sure to fight several waves of people before you can even attempt to solve the puzzle.
Along with a slew of reinforcements.
Okay, that does the middle one. That does the right two.
A group of reinforcements enters the arena.
That does the outer ones. Alright, so we need to do the right two again, which was the middle lever. Okay, let's see. Left two. Right one.
The crab emerges from the sand. It rears up, exposing
Do we have two solved?
Now is your chance.
We do not have two solved. Okay, one. Left two. Left one.
Reinforcements enters the arena. The ballista's arrow clangs into position, ready to fire.
Alright, we need to wait for it to raise up.
Crab emerges from the sand. It rears up, exposing its belly.
There we go. It's in front of 4. Let me pull it.
The bolt careens into the crab's underbelly, knocking it off balance and stunning it. The force fields surrounding both the crab and the monolith fade away.
Alright, we have successfully taken care of the crab.
You touch the monolith and feel a jolt of energy as the attunement is bestowed upon you.
I think we're going to take 9 because we can do that little gear swap. And if we're already doing Dread, there's no way we're going back to level 5s and 6s. So we're just going to take 9 even though we won't have extra points. It does mean that we will lose default potency. And actually, it means we're going to lose 10 spell power just from losing spell sight. Which is unfortunate. I know. But it's fine. I should probably put spell sight onto one of my, like, standard caster pieces or something. Like, get an augment for it. Alright, where is Warlock? There it is. We're just going to do that for speed. We will take 1 to DCs. And we'll get Creeping Cold. So, the thing is that if we put on this scepter, not that scepter, not that scepter, Celestial Beacon. Alright, so our cold damage is going to go down again. We're going to go from 179 160, and we can bring that back up by 9. So we are going to lose 10 spell power on our cold, but our evil, how much did that go up by? So we're now at 210. And where's the Queen's one? Alright, so basically we lose 10 cold for 17 evil. It's a wash. Although it's not really a wash because we get extra crit. So, alright, so we are going to go with this configuration. Where is, yeah, Celestial Beacon. And we do want to put back on this in that slot for the Reaper enhancement stuff. So yeah, we did lose cold, but we gained evil, and we gained evil crit chance. And, oh, right, and we get our next baseline there. Oh, wait, yeah, accept. There we go. Not that we need this, it's like just spell points, but, you know, I'll take 20 hit points. But let's see. Did we get any other interesting spells that we should, like, bring out? Like, we have Crushing Despair, which is not really useful. We have Creeping Cold, which might be useful to cast on something that's going to live a whole 12 seconds, which isn't going to be a lot. But, you know, might as well have it. It's free. Does the evil spell power stack on top of the element conversion to evil damage? What do you mean by conversion to evil damage? Because Utter Dark Blast doesn't say convert something to something else. It says use evil instead of force. So if that's the conversion you mean, then I don't know what conversion you mean. Also, Utter Dark Blast doesn't change the element to evil, it changes the force to evil. Your pact dice are still going to be your, whatever your pact element is. So, yeah, I should have probably focused more on cold, but it's fine. This is fine. Oh no, I've been diseased.
An even larger tar pit blocks the way forward. The tar surges fiercely, causing rocks to surface, then submerge. Jumping across is possible, though dangerous.
And deep tar. Yeah, so that is the route that I pretty much always take. It's apparently like the shortcut route, not the proper route. Which means, of course, to this day, I do not know the proper route to get through this dungeon, because I've only done it like once. Yeah, see, this is the problem. Warlock blasts can't break roots like this. Which means if you want to break them as a warlock, you have to turn off your blast, break it, and then turn it back on, which is annoying. You actually used to have to do the same thing for ranged classes. Like, shots from bows and crossbows wouldn't break them. So you'd have to switch to a melee weapon, walk up and hit them, and then switch back to your ranged weapon.
As the chant completes, monstrosities made of tar and flame rise and attack.
Yeah. Guess what doesn't last 12 seconds? Bosses. Magma waders. Alright, what are they again? Alright, so I lose 2 PRR and MRR. No, 3 PRR and MRR. In exchange for fire absorption and strength. Probably not worth it. Largely because my current boots are just stupid broken because they got the good Reaper enhancement on them. So it's like, they're Mythic 1, and they have Reaper plus 5 to PRR and MRR, which makes them, despite level 1 boots with like nothing else on them besides the randomly rolled effects, they're still better than most boots. Because that's just how that goes. Of course, if I were like a strength wielding class, or if I had enough pieces of dread on me to actually fill that out, like, I would definitely take the profane bonuses, but I don't have 5 pieces of dread on me. Not even close. I think I have 0 pieces of dread on me. So that's the downside on that one. Now, I did learn that if you are too fast here, you will miss the trigger. Like, if you just jump down, and you jump down at an angle, you just straight up will not get the a quest advancement trigger, and you'll have to, like, run back to hit it.
You spot Scytheball as he passes above the valley, spooking several smaller dinosaurs as he lumbers by. Scytheball runs by on the rise above. He appears to be chasing something.
Yep. And here's where Warlock is very fluid. Where it's just like, well, are we going to pull Dungeon Alert? No, we're just going to hold W mouse 1. And then we will occasionally turn around and hit S mouse 1.
Dinosaur lashes out at everything nearby.
The camera is playing funny tricks and going behind the bamboo, so that's always a fun time.
The massive Tyrannosaur
You are a single target.
focused on protecting its kill.
The, like, 500 something crit from Stricken is nice.
Clearly shaken by your strength, Scytheball smashes through the bamboo, exposing another trail.
Of course, I don't know how much the Dragon Disciple is critting for.
Scytheball lets out a defiant roar. Then he launches himself back into the fight.
But yeah, this is why, if you look at the numbers, you can see why I'm probably better off stacking Ice, because the Ice is doing like twice as much damage as the Evil at this point. This quest is ridiculous on XP per minute. It's like 18k in 2 minutes. Sorry, 20k. Like, when you have a party, it's probably worth one person, like, abandoning and going back in like it's Shadow Crypt.
Long ago, the Whispered One turned his attention to the villages on the southern peninsula. Who did he command to bring them to ruin? This immortal flame. His newest toy.
Of course, our party member here is already, like, likely to hard cap. And I probably would be if I were running a pot. In fact, scratch that. I definitely would be if I were running a pot, but I am not, so I'm going to be a little bit behind that. But it is fine. I still have a full, let's see, over 3 ranks, but not quite 4. So I have, yeah, not quite 4 ranks for all of these quests. You're almost out of pot too? That is unfortunate for you. I mean, I don't think I can fix that for you, but I do know a guy who knows a guy. Who knows a guy. That's a lie. I don't... Okay, that's also... I was going to say, like, I don't know anyone anymore. Then I was like, wait, I think I do know people anymore. But that has never actually been one of my interests. Just never appealed to me, so... I'm not too knowledgeable on that sort of thing.
Small hunting parties have gone missing. They were last seen near this cave system.
Okay, so this is one of the quests that you have to, like, kill everything. 4 stuff unlocks. Cone shape is just really nice for breaking stuff.
Chanting fills your ears as you approach the bars. On the floor below.
And we can do this kind of leapfrog thing in this quest too. And I always appreciate that. Like, if you've got a party and you can leapfrog, and people do, it just, like, it feels good. Like, I've talked about this a little bit before, but the, it just kind of, like, feels good when you have that sort of unspoken chemistry. Like, we're all doing the thing together, and we're not even, like, saying what our plans are. We just kind of, like, look at what the other person is doing and know it's like, okay, they're doing this, so I'm gonna do this. And it all just, like, it's like a finely oiled machine, just based on both people knowing generally what needs to be done. Do-do-do-do-do. Like, I'm bringing up the example of earlier on. Like, we didn't say it's like, oh, you go talk to the guys, and once you talk to them, I'll like move forward. I saw him moving forward, and the guys hadn't been talked to. It's like, oh, he's going forward, so I should talk to him. And this has happened in a couple other quests earlier. That it's like, okay, like, I go one way, and then I see that he's handled the necessary things that need to happen because I went that way. It's just very nice to have happen. And this isn't the only game that it happens in. I've also noticed it in my recent forays into attempting League, you know, because apparently I only play games that are old enough to attend college. And particularly in this case, I'm referring to, like, playing in the bottom lane, where it's like, alright, so you've got your carry and you've got your support, and it can be miserable if you're on, like, a different wavelength. Like, one of you wants to play really aggressive, and the other one wants to, like, kind of play passive, and it's a mess. But on the other hand, if you are both on the same page, and just, like, working together kind of automatically, then it's a really cool experience. And so that's something that I enjoy in games in general, and it's something that I'm getting from this current run in DDO, which is nice. So fun fact, you don't need to fight the guys that spawn on the other side. Like, you can just kill this dude, and if you're all the way over here, they don't aggro. They don't see us.
Cursing your impudence, the Marauder Druid enters the arena. The Druid pitches to the floor, dead. The Triceratops seems to...
Now, of course, we can come over here and do this while we're waiting for the charging animation to go off, but, you know, if you're running at something that is, we'll say, a higher difficulty level than you're used to, and it's going to make a difference whether you have to fight those guys and the boss at the same time. Oh, we're mounting? Okay. I usually take the recall route here, not the running route. I don't actually remember the running route. I think we just go here until we find the ramp that'll let us go up. But I'm not 100% sure on what that is. And I know there's at least one or two places that it looks like there's a ramp, but there isn't. Like that. I don't think we can actually get up here. Yeah. Yeah, see? It's like, I'm pretty sure that's a fake.
And so here we all remain. Anything I
This is the real one.
long gone.
No? No, this is also a fake one. Ah! Tricked again. As I said, there are several fake ones. You have to wait for the bridge, I think. I'm pretty sure it's the bridge that lets you get up. There it is. There's the bridge. The ramp should be on the other side of the bridge. If I remember correctly. Which, it's entirely possible that I do not.
And now you are wondering, why tell you all this? Why would a god of secrets reveal his own? The answer, of course, is because I want you to know who I am. I want you to understand what has become of you. I want you to see that you are mine.
This quest can be very annoying if you suddenly get a ton of charisma drain on you. And it will be quite sudden. Alright, which way does he go? He goes left, so I'll go right.
While footprints in the dust show recent activity.
Yet another quest that is vastly enhanced by splitting.
It's been neglected for many years.
Hi.
Moss grows on the walls, and an old smell seeps in deeper inside the complex.
There we go. Now, there is a way to make a mistake here, which is you just pull this lever and leave. But this guy is required to complete the quest, so we're not going to do that. We're going to actually stop and kill him.
The pull of the lever is followed by the sound of a door opening in the distance.
Alright, and we did eat a charisma drain there, but it's fine. We will make do. But yeah, it's this one. Eliminate all Kapru in the crumbling outpost. That guy counts. And if you do not eliminate him, it does not work. You'll have to come all the way back and get him. Oh, there we go.
Mesmerized members of the sea turtle clan stand in the
There we go.
tended by marauders. The voice
Electric damage over time. There we go. Go.
One final Kopru stands in the shrouding mist of the water.
There we go. Lots of AoE damage. Very convenient quest when splitting. Walking Ancestor Shroud. Charisma's good. The Spell Focus Mastery is good. Mythic is good. Unfortunately, I have the Cloak of Winter, and it has good defensive stats that I want to keep. Alright, which way are we going? This way? Okay, that's the way I thought we were going initially. This is why I find this route somewhat awkward. Because we're going to have to go down to spiders and flies. Then we're going to have to kind of like turn around, hit like pirates and bullywugs. As opposed to if you recall, and you head straight to the one with the gargoyles, then you just end up with a kind of a smooth arc. And you end at spiders and flies.
Some large creature has wreaked havoc on the surrounding landscape. An islander surveys the felled trees and crushed huts. No doubt he's the tracker you were sent to find.
Alright, just gonna kind of back our way through this. Tag the champions with a little bit extra damage, you know, for fun. Ignore this dude with invisibility.
As you splash into the water,
which I'm sure that my party member appreciates that I just cast invisibility and left him to deal with the water elemental. We're just gonna kite the big dudes around.
See the deranged Ankylosaurus pacing near the huge tree nearby.
Yeah, and that's a light bearer. Did I already trigger his thingy?
You've put the beast out of its misery,
Yay.
ending its rampage.
Now spiders and flies, which is significantly harder than this quest. Excuse me. There we go. But yeah, if your character or your group are strong enough, Dread gives a ton of XP. It is a bit harder than other stuff on level, though.
Dense webs enshroud the base of this huge exotic tree.
The interior of this vast tree is obviously inhabited, and the inhabitants are not pleased to see you. The center of the tree has been transformed into a vast multi-level complex. Guards rush forward to stop your incursion.
All right.
You hear high-pitched voices calling for help from
Let's
somewhere
see.
ahead.
That's right. I think these guys are immune to web? No, they're not immune to web.
Anxious pixies imprisoned by webs.
I thought they might be kind of like spiders in that, like, they use webs, so hitting them with webs doesn't do anything.
Tropical birds from the sound of it.
Alright, so he took a different path.
3 different pathways converge in this chamber. A draft of fresher air comes from the lower path.
Alright, actually, if he's freeing birds behind, I should be able to go forward to the boss, in theory. Assuming that I don't get my ass kicked by one of these spitters who's going to hit me for like 100 poison damage. This quest does nothing to help redeem and enhance the reputation of spitters. It's just... yeah.
You found
Oh yeah,
those responsible
we have
for
stanch.
capturing the pixies. Time to teach
So,
them a lesson.
we can do a lot of temporary health.
Thanks to your help, the local pixies are now safer. Though none is truly safe on the savage Isle of Dread.
There we go. No big deal, just needed to get an extra like 2,000... not 2,000. 200 temporary health. I appreciate the votes of confidence, though.
Dense webs enshroud the base of this huge exotic tree.
Alright, so I don't know which one he wants to hit next. I'm guessing we're heading straight over to Stone Crypt Chronicle? That's my guess. I'm in the lead, so I wonder if he's just going to follow me, depending on which one I go to.
The Kopu asked me to deal with their little slave robot.
Oh, look, rare spawn. Hello, please give me 1,000 XP. Thank you.
Played the demons before. No doubt they were now planning on declaring me. Best to keep the Kopu weak and firmly under my control.
Alright. We're once again off to the races.
According to the islanders, gargoyles roost in the canyon ruins.
Alright, I think I will take the left path first.
Behind the waterfall just ahead, you spy a large
Did they
door
change
embedded
that?
in
I swear I didn't used to get bopped to the side there.
to the hidden crypt, the location of the missing tomb, and the layer of this canyon's
Fine, I'll take this side first. I feel like they made that rock stick out more because they didn't like people jumping to get the shortcut, maybe? But there's a ladder there, so clearly they intended the shortcut to be there. Like, you don't put a ladder somewhere that you can jump to
open the door into
because you don't want people to use it.
You spy one of the crests you're looking for in the back of the room, locked behind.
Well, perhaps, of course, there's always the possibility that it was done by two different people. Or the same person at two different times, and they changed their mind about what was a good idea. Because that is always a risk.
The last rune in this
It's like, well, you said this before. It's like, yeah, that was before I realized that that was a bad idea. So now I've decided something else.
At the back of the room,
In this case, the something else is that ads are once again starting soon, unfortunately. Which sucks. I wish you well in your ad journey. And ideally, we will be ready and waiting for your return. Probably not at the end of this quest, since this one's a little longer. But you will be here in time for the next two. It is 2.5 minutes per hour. Feel free to do all the standard commercial break stuff, which of course involves leaving, and getting a drink, and using the bathroom, and all those sorts of things that if you're old enough, you remember that you used to do when watching network television, after these messages and all of that.
You managed to defeat the mummy and its army of undead. Now you may leave this place
Up we go.
one step closer to your goal.
And we're out of breath and we are drowning, but fortunately in DDO, drowning damage is very, very slow. Okay, now before we forget, we do need to grab the crest.
The crest of the monkey.
Which one is the monkey crest? Oh, so we can make that still.
You can see that this door is locked with 3 crests. Surely you will find them hidden somewhere in the canyon.
Okay, which one is the snake crest is the question. Let's see. We got the DM voiceover about the mummy, which means he did this one, which means the remaining one is that one down there. So we're going to cast invisibility so we don't have to deal with these guys outside. And then be on our way. Honestly, I'm surprised that worked. I definitely thought that they were going to interrupt my opening of the doors there. Now, we do want to kill these guys because we don't want to have to deal with it later on when we're fighting bosses and all.
Of Ettercap and its arachnid companions. A crest is blocked by a large web. Your final strike fails, Ettercap.
Alright, there we go. And we can detour back. Oh, and ads are done. Excellent. You have missed the retrieval of 1 crest. But we are fine. We are moving on towards the final battle. And by the final battle, I mean, well, it's not really the final battle. Alright, what is the right way to get there? I think this is one of the decent ways. We come here. We climb these. The other way would have been going further to the side and then climbing up and then coming down that ramp. He did say he was going to be AFK, but he placed his crest before going AFK.
You slot all 3 crests.
Let this be a lesson to anyone who needs to go AFK while holding an item that is required for advancing the quest.
Take a moment to rest before
Don't.
continuing your search for the artifact.
Or, like him, you place the crest before you go and handle whatever it is that you need to handle. Oh no, you cast magic missiles at me. In any case, we are off. I keep wanting to hit sprint boost. I'm so used to having sprint boost and it's like, what's this? A long hallway with nothing to fight in it. Time to run fast. But no. Sadly, we do not have the ability to run fast. Or at least not yet. In theory, after I get this, instead of filling this out, I could go into falconry just for sprint boost.
You emerge into a crumbling ruin, the gargoyle's lair. When the beasts see you approach, they arouse themselves from their slumber and attack. The last of the gargoyles shatters into dust. Now you are free to search for the treasure without danger. A secret door slides open, revealing a hidden cache of treasure, along with the book you've been sent to find. You take the book from the pile.
Pendant of the Sky.
Any other valuables that catch your eye.
I'll grab it, why not? They're kind of awkward items with like... It's like, congratulations, you have 3 different kinds of spell power on you. And insightful spell focus mastery. It's like, it's okay, I guess.
According to the islanders, gargoyles roost in the canyon ruins beyond this weather-beaten gateway.
Yeah, we're not going to bother with the crest. I did find out last life, I was like, surely there's not a purple named in the, like, level 7 heroic zone, and the answer is, no, I was wrong. He's definitely still there. Obviously, he's not as strong as the legendary version, because, you know, he's level 7. But he's still there, and he still packs a punch.
You make your way into the massive decaying structure. While the engravings on the wall show the structure was built by the Kopru, the smell tells you that the current inhabitants are black.
And bites hard. No, no, no. That one's the demon. Are you referring to the, oh, what is it? Stonejaw? What's his name? The purple named T-Rex? Cause, yeah, he's a bit rough.
Monolith begins to hum with energy as you approach it. Your hand passes through the monolith as you reach out to touch it.
Yeah. It's something jaw.
Before you can react, the floor gives way beneath your feet.
Ow. It's like, here, have 70 force damage. It's like, I would prefer to not take 70 force damage. But they're like, no. No, that's not an option. 70 force damage is the required amount. It's the industry minimum that you're required to take. Next will be my last, about out of time. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, his, the whole thing with, like, his chomp reducing your max HP is just like, I'm gonna keep hitting you until you get into one-shot territory. So it's very much a DPS race kind of boss. Alright, what are we going to? I don't know what this lever does.
As the lever is thrown.
Ah, that's the one that unlocks the wheels, right. That's why you can't just guess. They're locked. Purple is red. Honestly, you actually only need one of these, but... Purple is red, yellow is also red. Because you only need one, because once you hit one, then you just click on the other one until the door opens.
Sigil rotates into place. The sound of doors opening echoes off the stone wall.
There we go. Want a Froggo playable race? I don't think I saw anything in their plans for this year about new races, unfortunately. Oh, look, a Fear Reaper popped out. Like, Dragon Disciple is, I think, the only race they have planned. Although, there's supposed to be an expansion pack, and expansion packs often come with stuff like that, so we'll see. God, I love traps that not only have you, like, stuck in a plume of fire or lightning, but that also trip you at the same time. That's a fun mechanic. I've been waiting for Kobold for years. I don't know if we're ever getting Kobold. I think the closest we might get is the Kobold Sentient Gem. And that's not exactly super playable, it's just like screaming at you. Here we have quest knowledge at play. Where should I run forward in this quest? Exactly at this position, not all the way on the side, but like close to the side, but not all the way. In such a way that you'll be on the little strip of land. Oh good, it's not locked. So there's some of these things that I'm doing that I keep thinking that I'm higher level, and it's just like, alright, I'll just cast tentacles here so they'll die while I keep running, and it's like, no. We don't have tentacles yet.
A large bullywug barks orders to its comrades.
that.
The real solid monolith stands before you, resonating with magical energy. As you attune to the monolith, powerful magics radiate within you. This enchantment will help protect you from the curses found in the Kopu Temple at the island's heart.
But yeah, I don't know if... Like, what was the last race we got? Was it Tabaxi?
Have transformed the ancient structure into their home.
I think Tabaxi was the last... Well, wait, no, it was Eladrin. I forgot about Eladrin because, like, they just seem kind of, like, elfy, and we already have various kinds of elves. So yeah, it was... So we got cats, and then we got fancy elves, which I realize is a bit of a tautology. Like, in this type of high fantasy setting, almost all elves are fancy elves. This isn't like some other settings where, like, elves are,
A group of pirates surrounds a man
like,
imagined
different.
Doran of the hall. When Doran looks up from his forced labor, noticing you approach,
Hi.
his face
Thank you.
glows with hope. The last of the pirates holding Doran captive have been defeated. Doran waves for you to come speak with him. Doran says that to get inside the pirate camp, you'll need to sound the camp's alarm, then fight your way past the guards. Once inside, you'll need to find
Yay, we don't do much damage to these because we can't do any cold.
that many islanders have been captured by the pirates and asked you to free them. The gong rings out. The massive gate nearby
Do-do-do-do.
as guards rush
Yes,
out.
yes, hello. Get some remnants.
Guards defeated. The
Ooh,
inner
more
compound
remnants.
is yours to explore. Time to find the Commodore's hut.
And now we just WM1 our way to victory. And now we SM1 our way to victory.
As you approach the Commodore's hut, a pirate with a commanding presence appears. When she spots you, she quickly locks the door behind her and commands her guards to attack.
Burdened.
You've defeated Captain Kira and her guards. You retrieve
Yeah,
the key
yeah, it
and
was
unlock the
Eladrin.
door she guarded. The way
So
into
I
the
don't know if
Commodore's
there's another one planned anytime soon.
The Commodore has stashed the monolith that you are here to find.
Because I actually don't remember the release dates on stuff either, so I wouldn't even be able to do a prediction of it's like, okay, well, we got one like 1 year ago, and then we got one 2 years before that, so it's like every 2 years, and so on and so forth. Like, I don't remember when they launched well enough to even give that sort of appraisal. It's like, well, they release one about every 2 years. Like, maybe. Maybe they release one every 3 years, or every year. I haven't been paying enough attention to tell you.
You won't lay a hand on the monolith or a single coin of my treasure. Prepare to join my crew as a walking corpse. Commodore quits her tongue in frustration before calling for her tank.
Do-do-do-do-do.
Even more visibly frustrated, Commodore Elena draws her blade, summoning forth undead to assist her in battle.
You know, I tried to put the dot on her because it's like, alright, maybe she'll last 15 seconds. No.
Her treasury fades.
No, not worth casting the
The
dot.
monolith lies within. You've attuned to the monolith. You're one step closer to
Alright,
bypassing
a bit of a note if you didn't know it.
temple.
The two other quests with monoliths, when you finish the quest, you get the debuff and the ability to cleanse it. This one, you finish the quest, you have to talk to it again in order to actually get the ability to remove the thing. So, I've made this mistake before. Remember to talk to the monolith. Unlimited, I don't know if it's unlimited, but it is a lot. All right, so our party member here is taking a break. Why are they running Salt Marsh at level 9? Oh, that's my group. Okay. Vaughn 3? Alright. Leave party. Alright, so what other 7s do we want to run? What else is there? Alright, so there's the House D chain. There's various long things. There's the pit. Some House K stuff. Through the Tulgi Wood. Absolutely not. I have not done tier. Tier is a good one. So I think we'll do tier, and then we'll move on to 8s. Turn to Guild Airship. That is an excellent suggestion. We're not going to do any of the optionals. We're just going to run straight to the end. Send me to House P. Hi. Give me your quest. And this should be a good build to do it too, because we have lots of easy AoE. Although what we don't have is move speed, and move speed would help a lot, because this is a long quest from a running standpoint. So we're just going to run straight forward. We're going to hold down M1. We will occasionally stop to kill things, but most of the time we are not going to stop to kill things. We'll just hit things as we go, and most of them will die.
Just steps ahead of you, an open shaft descends into water. Paths continue further to the north.
Okay, so this is one where we might have to kill things just in order to pull levers. Unfortunately, there is a Fear Reaper on that ledge, which does not bode well for our ability to pull levers. Alright, we're just gonna kill these guys while we're here, because I think it's gonna be easier on us than trying to pull the lever a bunch of times. Oh, that's a Famine Reaper too. It's like, we will pause to kill Reapers, because, well, I really don't want like a fully charged up Famine Reaper just to like spontaneously insta-give me. There we go. Just gonna keep putting up our temp health as we go. See when that Famine Reaper jumps to me. Alright, tried to get a fadeaway on him as we jumped down. It did not work. The ballistics in the game are not realistic. They can shoot arrows straight into water with no loss of velocity. Unplayable, 0 out of 10. Come on. Grab the ladder. Yay. Oh, I was about to say, it's like, does this one open when we kill things? Nope. Just another one with a lever. Lever. Now we do have 2 levels until we can put on our super broken boots. So that's something to look forward to. By which I'm referring to the boots out of Chains of Flame that give 15 damage reduction, which is just absurd in heroics. we appreciate having them nonetheless.
A pipe waits at the end of this hall, presumably descending further into the depth.
All right.
As you emerge from the pipe,
Down we
you
go.
find yourself in a cavern instead of the familiar sewers. You must be getting close to the village of Arzak Khor.
Alright, so we've continued to manage to kill enough as we've run by that we're not getting dungeon alerts. So that has been our goal so far. Like, don't stop to kill stuff, but kill enough stuff as we run by to not get dungeon alert. Or at least not get dungeon alert for very long.
A single lever is mounted on the
And yes,
side
I know that there are traps in here.
might control the door.
Fortunately, they're the kind of traps that don't really hurt much, so it doesn't really matter that much. Alright, now we're at yellow. Now this is a problem.
The tunnel opens into an expansive cavern. You have discovered the hidden village of Arzak Khor.
The Arzak Khor city looms before you. It is
A
dangerous.
little bit of invisibility to make it a little easier for us to pull this lever. There we go. And we do have to go down this way. If you don't go down this way, you will be very disappointed when you get to the end of the quest, and you're like, wait, what's this other named guy I need to kill? It's that guy. Let's see, where were we? Ah, yes. I wasn't going to take a lot of big side trips, but I do tend to just grab this one, because, you know, it's like right here. It's like, is 600 XP worth the run that it takes to get up there? Probably. Alright. And we're still seeing low dungeon alerts, so we got that going for us, which is good.
Another cavern. You must be nearing the heart of the hobgoblin.
And this is something we definitely couldn't have done on our last build. It's just, it's not equipped to do this sort of thing. It doesn't have the easy durability or the easy AoE in order to pull off this kind of run. Because, yeah, we got through tier in under 7 minutes. So, pretty solid overall. And now, we're going to go do one of my favorite quests. And it's a quest that a lot of people don't like, but I do, so we're going to do it. And that is Temple of Elemental Evil. Now, I liked it even before the revamp, but post-revamp, not only is it a quest that I like, but it's a quest that gives an absolute huge, huge load of experience. Now, it might be prudent to jump into that Spies in the House instead. I'm choosing not to. It would probably be most efficient if I did, but I don't care. And because we're not going to do any more 7s, might as well take 10. Warlock feats, what do we get? Cold resist. Nice. We'll take tentacles. And now we're gonna go to our guild ship because I want to get spell reagents so we can actually cast tentacles. I think they're on the first deck. Because it is tentacle time. Alright. Hello, Arcane Vendor. Show me what you got. We want Arcane Hearts of Hen. 1,000. And while we're at it, we'll get 1,000 of these. Just in case it's ever relevant. And 1,000 of these, just in case it's ever relevant. And of course, 1,000 of these, just in case it's ever relevant. It's cheap enough, and it takes up few enough inventory spaces. It's not worth worrying about if I need them or not. So, tentacles. Yes, tentacles. The only question is whether I want to meta-magic them or whether I think they're strong enough without meta-magics. Alright, where are we putting points? We are still moving toward this. We need to spend 3 points. 1, 2, 3. Next 1 point we get another packed dice for more cold damage. So, back to the harbor. And we're headed to the Temple of Elemental Evil. Now, since they split it, and the upper temple is now 2 quests, and the lower temple is now 5 quests, the upper temple I would recommend to basically anyone who can do it. And you don't need to be that strong to pull it off. Now, the lower temple can get a little bit trickier. Some of the elemental nodes can really put a hurting on you, especially if you don't have evasion or you don't have resists. So, if you have a group, and or your build is very strong, the elemental nodes in the lower temple do give decent XP, especially if you have a group that can split. Because they're very advantageous to split in, because like all of them require, it's like, hey, go do these 3 things and then go to the end. So if you can split 3 ways, it's ideal. But that means you need to be strong enough to solo that wing, and sometimes that just isn't the case. So, but this top part doesn't have a lot of special elemental damage. It doesn't have a lot of like weird stuff going on. It's mostly humans, and while they are stronger than usual, and a lot of them have like free action and other annoying things about them, the reward for doing so is fairly high. Really? Hit me with the enveloping swarm?
On the wall above this room is a small etching in the shape of a key.
Let's see if I manage to resist getting pacified. There we go. Did I need to cast tentacles there? Probably not. But I wanted to anyway, in case I got pacified, there would still be damage going. Go. Hit the rune. You might have noticed that I did take a big hit of damage in there somewhere. I don't care that much. I don't know what hit me, but it hit me pretty hard. And also when I went through D-Door, I got healed because of the Reaper bug. Or well, I don't know if it's a bug or not. I assume it's a bug. I assume you're not supposed to get healed every time you walk through a doorway in a Reaper quest, but it's been there for a while, and certain quests, you basically have to, we'll say quote-unquote, abuse it. Like, Temple of Elemental Evil is a good example, particularly the next quest. Not this one, but the one following it. It's like, whether you want it or not, you're going to go through multiple doors.
Is a small etching in the
Yeah, you need to actually do that section fast. If you let that ballista shoot you, it is rough. There are routes you can take where you don't have to walk straight into the ballista. I know it's there, and I know how to dodge it well enough that I don't bother taking them. So that's rune number 2.
The sound of stone grinding against stone.
And that's all you need to unlock the last boss. Let's see. Huh, okay. I might have wanted to actually deliberately kill one more group just so I could get the extra XP bonus for killing 50. Because this final boss section is only 5 kills. Because there's Falrinth, and then there... Oh no, not Falrinth. Falrinth is in the next one. There's whatever this dude is. Romag, Curate. Right, that dude. Hello! Please come group up for me. There we go. We make our saves against Earth Grab.
His elementals have failed. The cleric drops his magical wards to attack.
Okay, and now we just kill him. And it should be good to go. There we go. We grab a key. We check the chest. Gloves that we don't care about. Oh, inventory slots are full. Interesting. I guess I have been playing for a while this evening. Null Charm of Evil Chaos, we do not need that. Moonstone Shard, don't need that. +1 Thieves Tools, don't need those.
Begins to quiver and shake. It seems strangely drawn to the south.
Okay. Is there a pole here with 6 dudes in it? Unlucky. Oh, wait. There are 2 groups. Excellent. So we can grab a little bit of extra... Yeah, there we go. Extra 800 XP for pulling this group. This groups, yes. These groups.
This magical barrier glows a sickly. The barrier dissipates.
There we go. 22k, 5 minutes. And it could potentially be faster if we were still in a party and could split. But that's not even the fast one. This one is significantly fast. This one is significantly better XP. Also, almost forgot. We're not going to get a huge amount of extra health yet because the health cap goes up at 11, not at 10, but, you know, a little bit more DCs, a little bit more damage. Might as well get it. So this one is the real good, good XP one.
The strong winds circulating this chamber suggest that this is, or was, the air temple.
So what we do have going for us this time is that we do have Dimension Door. So that does let us skip a little bit of running around stuff in the water temple. And I'll show you how. We can also skip a fight for the air key, but it's not really that much faster in my opinion, or at least not at this difficulty level. So I'm not too concerned about it.
A man in air temple robes stands huddled in the corner of his cold, dark.
Alright, Kelno. Come on.
The last cleric of the on the wall above this room.
One rune down.
A small etching in the shape of a key.
And this is what I'm talking about with the... This quest basically forces you to exploit the Reaper healing. Because every time you go through one of these doors to a different section, you're going to get healed and you're going to get mana back if you have Reaper points. It's like, yes, you could deliberately exploit it by like just going in and out of the door if you took damage, but you have to go through them so many times in this quest.
The air temple key, the wind circling the room.
Yeah, like you can D-door to avoid the fight with this guy, but okay, if you don't get knocked down for extended periods, he dies pretty quickly at this difficulty. Alright, so we're just going to pay money for the fire key because I just can't be bothered to do that fight. So we're just going to pay money in this one. Oh, good. We have more guys to kill. We do want to hit the 50 kills just for like a little bit of bonus XP.
Follower of flame. A stern voice echoes.
It might
Just in time.
It might be worth it to put the 2 points into the speed thing at this point. Here, have 25k.
Your tribute honors us.
Just give them 25k, you get a key. Everyone's happy. Well, except maybe Falrinth, because, you know, he's like, you sold me out for 25,000? It's like, they donated to the temple. Of course. A rich person couldn't do anything bad. Yeah, look, I'm at 1,056 spell points.
The air in this
And 1,083. They get restored when you go through doors. Boop. We grab water.
As you
Put the
fill
water
pool,
in.
the barrier disappears.
And now
Adherents of the water
we're going to
temple
cheat.
pray softly in this small chamber. The room begins to shake, and a shimmering wall appears at the entrance to the chamber.
Engulfed? What do you mean engulfed? I have freedom of action. This is why we have Dimension Door. I should have freedom of action. Yeah, I should have permanent freedom of action. Oh well. Sorry, it's freedom of movement. In any case, that's not how you want to do that fight if you want to actually fight it. I was planning on de-dooring out, so I didn't actually position myself the way you're supposed to, and, you know, not walk next to the giant gelatinous cube. But that saves us having to, like, run back and forth and kill water elementals and so on and so forth. This guy's pretty healthy. Especially if he's Hero Soul, but, you know. We'll kill him anyway. At this point, we don't really need to kill any extra groups. We're going to run into enough on the way that we're going to hit 50, and we're going to run into not nearly enough to hit 100. So there's no real point unless we were really going to go farm. But because we got all 3 keys, we can just come here, unlock the stuff. There are like, I think 4 different places that groups of mobs can spawn between us and the end of the dungeon. So as long as one of them spawns, we're good to go on kills for hitting that 50 kill mark. Yep, there's one. Alright. So now we need to kill 4 more. The boss fight has 6. Oh. And also there are harpies here. There we go, 1,500. And also that gets us up to aggression bonus. So that's nice too. Those gateways are where the doors that needed to be unlocked used to be when this was 1 quest, not 2. So there is actually a mechanic in this fight. There are actually several mechanics in this fight. But when he summons the elementals, you see how the room is divided into 4 elemental sections. The elementals are immune to damage when they're standing in their own section, which means the water elemental is immune over here, air is immune there, fire is immune there, earth is immune there. Which means we want to pull them over here to start with. So we can kill them. And once we kill the ones that can be killed here, we are going to want to drag these guys. Alright, we got earth grabbed. This is fine. There we go. Now that the water elemental is down, we can try to kill the earth elemental. Creech is going to aggro on us. We get to see if our freedom of movement is actually working or not. It is not. I don't know why it is not, but it isn't. This is fine. Let's see if he bugs. Sometimes he bugs such that he doesn't come down. Fortunately, he's decided to be nice to us today. Not that it matters for this build, but if you're like a melee build and he decides to just stand up there looking down at you, then you have a bit of a problem. Fortunately, we don't have that problem. We can just blast him anyway. But it is nice of him to be nice to us. And so we are nice right back by giving him a swift death.
Falrinth's chambers are dimly lit.
Right, so we check the journal, we grab the page, we grab the skull, we grab the door, and we're going to check that last place that things can spawn. Nothing is spawned there, so we only get the aggression bonus, which is fine, because what's going to happen is we're going to get to the end of this quest, and we're going to get a giant chunk of XP. 40k in 8 minutes. In a quest that goes much faster if you can split. So 40k in 8 minutes is getting up there on Shadow Crypt territory. So this is why post rework, I think it's a very good quest to run while leveling. Assuming that you can handle packs of size 5 to 6. Like, if you don't really have any AoE, it's probably going to be rough. And let's see. We have 2 points to spend. 1 more pack dice. Okay. Now, this is probably a bad idea. Because these nodes can be a little rough. But we're going to attempt them anyway. Because why not? I said they're good to run if your build is strong enough. And I have said a lot of times how I'm liking how strong this build is feeling. So let's put a little bit of that to the test, shall we? The biggest flaw, I'm going to say, in me doing this right now is that I should have gone to House K first to grab healing scrolls. Because if I run into just like the wrong set of dudes at the wrong time, I can take a lot of damage here. And it's not gonna seem like a like I would. Like, it's like, oh, you're just annihilating everything. And it's just like, well, I am at the moment, yes. But the problem is that all it takes is like one champ to do like a big multi-hit thing. And, alright, wait. Let me see if I recall correctly. Alright, so it is this way first. Yeah, alright. You can follow the swirly things. It's something they added when they redid it. And they kind of fixed the positions of what you were doing. Because before the rework, there was kind of an RNG element. You had to find the gem. And the gem could be one of like a variety of places. So there was like a lot of RNG hunting, and now you just need to like find the 3 things, and the 3 things are in the same place every time. So if you know how to get there, and you've run it a lot, like I have, you can kind of just go to it. But if you kind of forget, well, there are now indicators in the dungeon, and I'll point them out in each of the different nodes, because they look different in each node. But there are now indicators that show you where you need to go, which was nice of them. So, yeah, you can see the swirly thing up there on the left. That's what we're going for. Of course, this is going to be one of the easiest nodes for us because we're doing ice damage, and these are fire, and they're taking a bunch of extra damage from the ice.
Fill this cave. Searing the very stone.
See, we're just following the swirly things. Now, granted, the fact that we're getting chipped down in damage is not that big a deal, because we still have Stanch if we need it, and we still have Rest Shrines if we need them. So, it's like, yeah, we've taken like 100 damage, and that is substantial to chip us down. Ooh, an altar. Okay, well, now we do a lot of extra damage. All right, that's beacon number 2. I believe the last one is down here. So yeah, where were we? Oh yes. So we have ways to heal ourselves back up a little bit. So even though we've taken damage, and even though we didn't bring heal scrolls with us, we still have ways to kind of get back. Mostly it's going to be from the Rest Shrines, or not healing, but instead just using temporary health, which is something that Warlocks are good at. And you'll notice that it's going to take us very little effort to get the full kill bonus in here, because just by getting to the places we need to go, getting to these 3 beacons to light them, we're already at almost 75 kills. So it's quite easy to get your kill requirements in this quest. I think I'm going to pull 1 extra pack just to ensure we get to 100. Because I was just thinking, it was like, okay, wait, there's going to be 1, 2, 3 packs plus the end fight. I wasn't sure there were going to be enough, but we should have 100 kills by the time we get to the end. And yeah, 21 kills. 21 kills seems like a good number, since we haven't killed that pack yet. And there should be 2 more after we go through the gate. There we go. More tentacles. Yeah, we only need 5 more kills, and we should get 5 more kills from this end boss fight.
Chamber, an intense blast of heat nearly drives you to your knees.
Wait, did they nerf this? There should at least be like 2 lizards here too. Oh, there they are. They came out later. Alright, well, it looks like it's a good thing I pulled that extra pack, because we're going to be at exactly 100 kills. Which is good for 1200 XP and ensuring that we get the conquest bonus. Now we finish. And you know, it's 22k, but it takes like 6 minutes. But consider that if you were in a group, instead of me going to each of the 3 altars, or gate portals, or whatever the heck they're called, you send 1 person to each, or 2 people to each if you've got a full group, and then it's much faster. We have come up on ad time, and since we are no longer in a group, we can do our standard thing where everyone, me included, gets to stand up, stretch, take a short break, and we'll come back and we'll finish off Temple of Elemental Evil after these messages. I'll see you in 2.5 minutes. All right, should be back. Now we're going to do what may or may not be the hardest one, the water node, because we are of course ice-based. Fortunately, we did check earlier, and water elementals are not immune to cold damage. That said, I'm pretty sure the ice elementals are. And there are a lot of those. Let's put up a swim speed buff, shall we? It's just like, there's always a pack here. It's just like, when I didn't see anything, it's just like, methods? It's like, no. Apparently the answer was oozes. It was oozes that I couldn't see. So as before, we follow the swirly things. In this case, in the Temple of Water, The swirly things also serve to speed you along your journey. But swimming is kind of slow. And now, after we kill these guys, instead of trying to swim against the current that hopefully pushed us up here, this portal opens and it sends us back to where we were before. This symbol on the wall. So this time, instead of turning here, we're going to go straight. Because you can see there's the swirly thing there, or there was the swirly thing there, and now it's gone because we got that one. We've got these ahead of us. Well, this brings us to the large main room. And you can see that there's a swirly thing over there. Which is, of course, where we're going to go. Oh, look. More crystal oozes that are immune to cold damage. Alright. Ice methods, which are also immune to cold damage. It's a good thing we stacked some evil spell power here. Otherwise, we might have been in a bit of trouble. It's also beneficial that we have 21 standing frost resist. And of course, that we did get tentacles. So even when stuff is immune to cold, we can at least tentacle it to death. Because that's force damage, and they don't resist force. Very few things do. Oh, another Reaper. Very good. Helps get our kill counts higher. Huh. The ice elementals here take damage from cold. I did not expect that. I also didn't expect these guys to not chase. Okay, so off we go. That's 2 out of 3. But we've only killed 42 dudes so far. So we might need to pull a couple extra packs to get up to 100 kills this time. But that's not a big deal. It shouldn't be too difficult. Alright, we got more methods here. Did they reduce the pack size in here? Like, it's only like 4 guys at a time. It should be at least like 6. All right. How goes DDO? It's going pretty well. We had a duo and a group earlier, so we started stream just barely level 5, and here we are working our way through level 10. So yeah, we started off in we did some level 4s, we did depths, we kind of pieced out on the level 4s, and then it's like, okay, well, I guess we'll do 3 Barrel Cove, and we did Feywild, and then we did Dread, and yeah, it's been a productive night, if of course by productive we mean playing DDO. Now some people might say that's not productivity, but to these people I say, you are correct, but that's what I was planning to do, so I have accomplished my goals despite them not being particularly productive goals. Wait, why am I here? I need to take the teleporter. I don't want to swim back all that way, especially with the current against me. I turned around to get some more kills because I wanted to hit 100 to make sure we had the full conquest bonus. We're probably not going to get there, but it's fine. We'll just settle for having like 90-ish kills. It's a little bit less XP, but it's no big deal. after all, as I was saying earlier, the elemental nodes are not great for XP solo. Like, if you've got a strong party who can split, they're really nice. But without that, they're just kind of meh. I just like them. Now.
A monstrous dragon looms ahead, filling your
Alright. Are you cold immune? You are cold immune. Lovely. Well, I guess you get normal damage only, no pack damage. Just gonna have to sit here and wait for you to eventually die. As I do like a third of my normal damage or less. Dragon Frost. Dot. Ah. Enters. $21 and $47. It says it ate my resist, but my resist didn't go down, at least on the sheet, so don't know about all that. Oh well, 2 nodes down, 2 to go, plus the end fight. The end fight is a hoot if you try to go on High Reaper. It's an experience. Before they reworked it, I used to try to just solo it on as high skulls as possible. The highest I ever got was R5. I managed to solo Zoggoth Moy on level at R5, but that was when the level cap was 30, so it would be substantially easier now, or maybe harder now. It depends on what you feel is the most difficult thing about the run. Because it's lost the marathon aspect to it, because, you know, before the rework, you not only had to fight Zoggoth Moy, you had to get through one of the elemental nodes, you had to find a way in to get to Zoggoth Moy, and so on and so forth. But now that's not a problem. Now you just kind of skip straight to her section. Well, it's not like you skip straight to the boss, but you don't have to go through any elemental nodes. So it's lost the marathon aspect, but the fight mechanics of that last fight are still a thing and will still wreck you. Let's see, which way is it? It's to the right, isn't it? Right. This time, that green swirly is what we're looking for. For if you don't know where to go, follow that little green swirly thing. It will lead you to the little altar things that you need to click. Where are we going? This way. It's kind of weird how you get debuffs from champions when you make saves against their spells. It's like just by them targeting the spell at you, they land the debuff. I guess it's similar to how Reapers will slow you if they're just kind of nearby. It's like if they perform a melee attack, even if it doesn't hit you, even if like you're not even in the hitbox to it, but they perform the attack, you get slowed. So it's just like, oh, okay. That's nice. It's especially, we'll say, quote-unquote, nice, if you also have Dungeon Alert at the time. So it's like, I'm suddenly moving at 10% speed. This is not ideal. Not ideal at all. Alright, now we look for the next swirly thing to follow. Oh, and there it is. So we're heading this way. Now, this part, or rather this node, does have one of the more annoying mobs in it, and it's not even the boss. It's this green dragon whose dot is super strong and lasts for a full minute.
As if the entire cave complex were starting to shake.
So we're going to see if we can't do the stealth thing. I don't think invisibility actually matters because I'm pretty sure these things see through invisibility if you walk into their targeting cones. Which way are you turning, left or right? There we go. I don't want to bother fighting the dragon. However, if you are planning on doing a staff build, you should plan on fighting that dragon because that chest drops Elemental Bloom, which is basically going to be... which is a chest that you can use for all of Heroics. Or sorry, not a chest. A weapon that you can use for all of Heroics on a staff build. There are some upgrades you can get at like level 15, but Elemental Bloom is very, very good. And it's min level 7, I believe. So, if you're planning on a staff build, I have farmed it for many guildies, you don't melee. Yeah. I know that I actually, I was running this on one of the hardcore seasons. And I was playing a caster, so I didn't need it. But the guy I was grouped with, it was an excellent upgrade for him. Because it's one thing to, you know, have it for a TR ready. It's another thing when you're on a hardcore server and good gear is harder to come by in general, that it's just like, oh, I actually got, like, an incredibly good weapon on my hardcore character. That makes things significantly easier. But yeah, this dragon is highly unfriendly. Like, the main way to deal with him is bring enough burst damage that he can't stack his dot on anyone. But that's a little bit trickier to do when you're solo. No, don't get me wrong. We can beat him. I might just have to use a bunch of stanch charges, or staunch? I think it's staunch, as in like to staunch a wound. As in like to pack a bunch of gauze in it and stop the bleeding. Excuse me, I would not like your paralysis eye to go off. Thank you very much, Umber Hulks. Oh, and immediately, a second set of Umber Hulks. Fortunately, they're not as healthy as they usually are. Usually they're ridiculously overstated on health compared to other stuff that you've been fighting near them. Now, unlike the last node, we are almost definitely going to have 100 kills by the time we get to the final boss. Alright, so let's completely optional to reach the shrine without waking the dragon, which means we need to manage to get off to the left here. This is fine. There's another group here that's probably slimes, because they're invisible. Here I am. I reached the shrine. Why aren't you giving me credit? Is the dragon alive? Do I have to use the shrine? Do I have to go through the portal? Like, what do I need to do to trigger the optional? Alright, we're just going to kill enough to get our 100 kills, and then we'll go kill the boss. Okay. Well, this boss should have ads with him, so we should get our 100 kills anyway. Oh, maybe it went the Shrine of Earth, like this part, not the Rest Shrine. That would make sense. Hello. And we get the elemental. We complete the quest. Again, these things give like 20 each, and they take about 7 or 8 minutes solo if you have a strong character. Probably closer to 10 if you don't have a particularly strong melee or a particularly strong AoE on that build. But yeah, I'm going to go fight the dragon just because I can. It's probably a bad idea, but we're going to do it anyway. Because I hit a button that gave me 250 temporary health. Let's see how many more times I have to hit that button. We're about to take a bunch of force damage from these guys. There we go, green dragon poison. See a note, he has 5,000 health. Boom. We're knocked down, we're slowed because he's a dragon. We now have 4 stacks of this dot on us. And he will continuously resurrect these earth elementals. But you'll notice, we have this dot ticking on us for the next minute. Ticking for 60 poison damage a shot. The dragon is at half health. And we're dead. Because we failed to save on Earth Grab. And the dot is still on us. Oh wait, the dot fell off just in time. We might get up from being incapacitated. And this is why I chose to beat the quest before fighting the green dragon. Stabilization failure. I don't know what my unconsciousness range is. I think it's 15. 10 default and then 5 from the guild ship buffs. By the way, if we die, we're just going to call it. Like, I could gibbers and go to a shrine and yada yada yada. But, oh, we stabilized. Very nice. We'll stand up here in a moment, and we will continue the fight. We'll see if we immediately get earth grabbed again. Let's see. We need to redo our weapon set. I'm going to grab this Scroll of Cure Serious Wounds. Haha! That'll show them. No, they're still staying at that entire long range. Alright. I managed to dodge most of it, but he hit me with one. Okay. We can more easily handle a dot that ticks for like 20 than one that ticks for like 60. However, we did only deal like 500 damage to him. So, Oh, see, that's the problem. I eat the knockdown and then I can't dodge anything anymore. Alright, we got him. And we have enough charges to hit Stanch at least one more time, which should be enough to keep us from dying to the dot. Alright. Great success. And we got a Golden Orb of Death, which has Insightful Spell Crit on it, which is a very rare stat to have. And now we're going to D-Door out because we can't recall because we have a dot on us. And we can't D-Door out because that's not how these quests work, of course. Well, we will wait 10 more seconds and then we will recall out. But yeah, that's why I said that is the most threatening mob in these nodes. It is, it's a bit rough. It took more time than probably the rest of the quest combined. But it is now time for my least favorite node. Now, if that is my least favorite boss in the nodes, this next node is my least favorite node overall. Because it's the air node. And the air node is just annoying all around. Because it has wisps in it. And wisps are immune to a lot of things. And it also has a bunch of guys that have like knockback effects in it. And those are also immune for their own reasons. And it has griffins that move at warp speed. It's a lot of different mobs that are each annoying in their own right. And it's also a little bit of 3D maneuvering when you're like slowed down and floaty, which is also not ideal. Now, we have kind of lucked out in that wisps are immune to many elements. They are not immune to cold, they just take half damage. So, yes, wisps are that annoying that them taking half damage means you're strong against them comparatively. Because that's what they do. Alright, so we're going to go over here first, maybe? I don't know if I have enough move speed to hit that. Alright, we got here, which is good enough. Alright, so, as before, you're looking for your indicator for where to go. In the air node, it's these glowing electric ball things. So, the first one we're going to get to is up this way. More Will-o'-the-Wisps. Now, Warlocks are particularly good here because Will-o'-the-Wisps and all are weak to Force. So, you've got that going for you. Of course, I'm using Evil, not Force, but that is besides the point. I can actually deal damage, whereas other types of casters might struggle more. So as before, we're following our shiny indicator things. You may not have noticed, they just did attempt to cast Fear on me. Another big benefit to being Warlock, I have taken the enhancements that make me immune to Fear. Because Fear is just a brutal status effect in DDO. It's like, okay, so what does it do? You can move, but you can't do anything. It is a complete silence effect. And that can be pretty rough to deal with. You can just kind of run around and hope you don't die. Alright. Now, I don't know if we're going to get the 100 kills in this one or not. We might. I forget how close this one gets. It also depends on how much we wander. Now, of course, if you're going in here for the first time and you don't know where everything is, you're going to get a lot more than 100 kills. because you're going to be wandering around a lot. There are a lot of optional pathways in the Temple of Elemental Evil. And there are some kind of interesting side bosses that you can run into when doing it and all. So there is opportunity there if you just want to explore and see things and you're not about like, well, I just want to actually just see what's here and maybe I'll do it for speed experience later, but for now I just want to see it. You can totally do that. Yep, this is one we need to go to. We know because it has the shiny electrical indicator. There we go. And of course we know that we need to go straight ahead because it continues to give us glowing electric balls to tell us which way to go. Alright. 2 down, 1 to go. The last one is on the floor. It's all the way down. So we need to jump all the way down, and then we will need to jump all the way back up. Gonna kill some extra dudes, just in case. Give ourselves a little bit of bonus XP. Alright. 2 down, 1 to go, and down we go. It's like, which way are we going? Are we going this way? No. That's where we came in. That's a champion wisp. And at least some of these spawn points are bugged and actually spawn double wisps on top of each other. So if you're ever in here and you're like, wait, why is that wisp casting spells on me? I just killed him. It might have been one of the double spawns. You killed one of the ones that was standing there. There's a second one standing right on top of it in the exact same place. That's the one that killed you. Also, yes, once more, glowy thing told us where to go. Leave me alone. I don't know why they gave Griffins, like, all the move speed buffs of every single class combined. Like, I understand that as a flying unit in pen and paper, they have a high move speed. But why do they have so much higher move speed than all the other things that fly? Like, Mephits fly, and they're not zooming around at Mach 2. Will-o'-the-wisps, I understand. Will-o'-the-wisps are kind of like floating swamp gas things. Like, they're not really super motivated to zoom around. Alright. Back we go. Grab that. And this will be the last of our nodes. We're just gonna cast that there and hope some people die to it. Just tentacle and leave. And hope the tentacles get the job done while I go and do something else. Alright, which way are we going? There it is. Now, if you have a leap, like you're a monk or a favored soul or something, you can make that jump. In fact, if I had slightly more move speed, I would have made that jump. But I did not, so I didn't make the jump. But that's okay. We'll take the scenic route up the switchbacks. And we will get our 100 kills for our bonus XP. I suppose I should have factored that in when I was talking earlier about, like, yeah, it's worth like 21k, except it's also, you know, it's got an extra 2k from the kill stuff bonuses. Or substantially more if you don't know where you're going and you end up killing like 500 guys. Because unlike some other quests, the bonus kill stuff in Temple of Elemental Evil goes pretty high. This isn't just like, oh, you can kill 100. It's like, no, how about 500? And of course, this one did take us a little longer at 8 minutes, but no big deal. And now the grand finale. Oh, right, yeah. I don't want to enter the air node again anyway. We want to go kill Zagatmoy.
You have finally reached the innermost precincts of the Temple of Elemental Evil. Now, the final hunt for the demon Zagatmoy begins.
Alright. Ooh. Defensive altar? I mean, it's not as good as an offensive altar, but I'll take it. Hello, Cook. Yeah, I swear they nerfed these. Like, these should be packs of like 7, and they're packs of like 5. I don't remember them nerfing it initially when they redid it, but I could be misremembering. Alright, we've got the chieftain and the commanders in here. No big deal. Fly tentacles. And just blast them. Oh. Lucky. Hello. Hold still, would you, for a moment? I really should put on my true seeing so I don't have to do that for easy doors. Easy enough. Do we have a group or a single? Group. Because sometimes you get like a red named in here instead of a trash mob. There is a secret passage at the end of the door, at the end of the hallway there. That would be a shortcut back, but we're just going to ignore that for now. And instead, we're going to head towards the end. I am going to check the other side, just for like red names or more altars and stuff, because we've got the time and I kind of like exploring this place in general. Alright, so we got people over there, we got people over there, we got people over here. No red names, though. Just a couple groups of normal mobs. Oh, never mind. Spoke too soon.
Is completely blocked by a mass of rubble.
Okay. I don't think there's anything useful in his chest, but, you know, we'll loot it anyway, just in case. We're running low on inventory space because we haven't talked to our Coin Lords people yet. But that too is fine. We already got the crest that we need to advance. There we go, remnants, and forward we go.
Enter the lofty main hall.
I really should learn displacement.
Armored clerics standing guard over its altar.
Yep. So back in the day, this was where you entered at the start of the second part of Temple of Elemental Evil. But you couldn't go forward here. What you'd have to do is you would have to go through one of the 4 elemental nodes you can see on either side. There are 4 different gates on either side. And you'd have to find a gem. But instead, now we already handled the elemental nodes elsewhere. Alright. They also changed these. You used to need to click on the cleansing mushrooms in order to get cleansed, Now you just need to walk near them, which is some nice quality of life, especially if you're being mobbed by a bunch of dudes.
This appears to be a large shrine. An intricate rune is emblazoned on a raised dais in front of the sealed door. This bronze door has had its magic wards removed, just like the others you've found in the temple.
Alright. So, if you haven't seen the Zagathmoy fight before, unlike many fights in DDO, this one has mechanics to it. It has very clearly defined phases. And they're very clearly defined because she goes completely immune, and she'll have an ad phase. And she does this 3 times, every 25%. So when she's at 75%, when she's at 50%, and when she's at 25%. And the whole time that you're fighting her, you're going to be getting a debuff on you, a stacking dot. And the stacking dot can be removed by previously clicking on, but now just standing near the mushrooms. She casts a bunch of different spells, including one that does all elements of damage. She casts like Black Dragon Bolt and all sorts of things. Now, I might be misremembering some of that, because I might be thinking of what she does at the high level. Yeah, this is definitely nerfed. She definitely used to spawn more than 3 dretches. Okay, so you see we've got 2 stacks. We really want to drop those 2 stacks, so we need to cleanse the mushroom. Or get to the cleansing mushroom, I suppose. Alright, toxic mushrooms. When these spawn, they reduce your healing amplification. So basically, they make it harder for you to heal. So she's stacking up damage on you and making it harder to heal. Alright, needed to dispel again. She goes vulnerable again once you kill all the ads. And there should be a red name. There we go. And you get a red named in here for the last ad phase. And we might just straight up die here. There we go. So that big indicator you saw on the ground, that is a giant one-shot attack. And in order to not get one-shot, you need to hide under a blue mushroom. The problem was, I had gotten knocked down by the red name dude, and I couldn't find a mushroom, and I couldn't get to a mushroom. Fortunately, you have plenty of time. Alright. And there we go. That is what the fight looks like on R1 with a well-geared many past lives character. You can see how this is a fight that can easily get out of hand if you are not prepared. If you are soloing and your build hasn't hit its power spike yet, or you just don't know what you're doing, it can be a rough one, which is kind of why I like it.
And her followers scattered. It's time to gather your plunder and return home.
Alright, we have 3 action points to spend. We can either come in here and be like, I want to get action boost sprint, and I'm going to ignore all the extra power I could get over here. That's certainly an option. We could... Oh, really? You ran Zagathmoy on hardcore? I forget if I did or not. Actually. Because Season 5, I did the 5k favor. And I've got the bloody footprints to prove it, like... But, I don't remember if I did Zagathmoy on hardcore or not. I know, if you weren't here earlier, I mentioned that before the level cap went up, I used to try to solo it on level, like Zagathmoy, see how high I could get it. Highest I ever got was R5, and I do have videos up on YouTube of the, of those... We'll say those mid-skull Temple of Elemental Evil solos. Those are still up. They're... So, yeah, you can find those on the channel. Well, you certainly can because you're already looking at the YouTube channel as that comment came in from YouTube. But if you're on Twitch, let me actually find a link and I'll post it in chat. No, go. Come on, YouTube, behave yourself. Ah, here it is. Get link. There we go. That is the R5 solo with an Eldritch Knight build. I had a Spell Singer that I think I got up to R4 on. I also have an R5 solo as Paladin. So I can't really do them anymore, obviously, because the situation has changed. The level cap has gone up. The dungeon has been reworked. It wouldn't quite be the same. And also, I've been doing racials for a while, so I'm not going to cap anyway. But, yes. So, I think we're just going to start dropping points into Falconry to get Sprint Boost. And on the way, I think we'll get... Healing Amp? PRR. Sure, why not? And then, anything else we've got that we need to take care of? No, it looks like not. Okay, this is normally the point in the part of the night that I would raid out to someone. I don't know if there's anyone here on Twitch to raid. We have more people than usual on YouTube, which is interesting. I wonder what changed there. But regardless of what platform you're on, thank you for stopping by and hanging out. Let's just double check if there's anyone who I would like raid with like 1 or 2 people too. No, there's no one I actually know on, and it feels awkward to raid with 1 person to someone. So I think we're just going to skip the raid part for tonight. But it is late. Thanks all for sticking with me as we, in the past 5 hours, we've gotten 5 levels. Almost 6. So thank you everyone for stopping by. Thank you if you've been lurking, if you've been chatting, if you've been doing anything at all. This is where we put the call to action thing, which is dumb and everyone hates doing it and everyone hates listening to it. But unfortunately, because of human psychology, it is a thing that works. So with that in mind, like, comment, subscribe, all that nonsense. You know how it goes. You've been on the internet. It's been around for decades now. If you want more, you know where to find more. If you don't want more, well, I don't know why you're here. I never really understood this stuff to begin with.